$250 years ago today, a small band of men gathered in Philadelphia and declared war on the most powerful empire on the earth. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to the cause of their posterity. Many of them would lose everything in the revolution. Their homes burned, their land ransacked, every last pound and shilling to their name poured into the patriot struggle. Some would die as paupers. But that was a price that each and every one of them was willing to pay, a price they were willing to pay for us, for me, and for you, because they understood something that free men have always known, that there are things more precious than wealth, more valuable than safety, that there are great causes more important than even life itself. The men who signed the Declaration were writing a new chapter in the story of an ancient civilization. They were heirs to the English tradition of common law and liberty, to the Christian moral imagination, to the Roman idea of republican virtue, to the whole expanse of the Western memory, stretching from Athens and Rome to the Magna Carta, to Jamestown and Plymouth Rock. Our founders knew that liberty was not an abstraction floating above history. They knew that parchment promises alone could not make a nation free. The Soviet Union's constitution promised freedoms it never intended to honor. Many failed states and tyrannical regimes have borrowed the words of rights and liberties. But a constitution is only as strong as the people it belongs to. America has never been merely a proposition. It has always been a real and living civilization, a unique and distinctive people, unlike any other nation or people in the history of the world. America is an exceptional nation because Americans are an exceptional people. We are a people born on the edge of the known world. We are a frontier nation.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
From the hardy pioneers on the Oregon Trail to astronauts transcending the limits of Earth itself, America made the frontier a principle of national life. The men who built our country were heroes, among the greatest and most noble that the world has ever seen. This is the greatest nation on earth. That has been true for 250 years. And with God's grace, it will be true for the next 250 as well.
Wow, that's awesome. What a fantastic speech there by Mr. Rubio's there. How's everybody doing this wonderful 250th birthday for the United States of America? I want to thank everybody who's chosen to spend your evening with me. We're going to look at a bunch of stuff tonight. We're going to look at some flyovers. We're going to look at some fireworks, maybe Trump's speech if he ever speaks. I don't know. I've heard reports that it was canceled. I also have a speech that J.D. Vance gave earlier today in New York City. We got some flyovers in New York City, and I have a whole bunch of illegal alien crime to talk about if we get bored and need to do some other stuff. And I got some news stories to look at too. We can, but this is just going to be like a hang night with everybody. And if you guys have stories you want to talk about, you want to let me know what they are, and we'll pull them up. We'll go back and forth in the chat. It'll be slightly different. It isn't going to be just a straight news night. It's going to be a hang night to celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States. Let's see. He's dead. Jim is here. Thanks to see you. Good to see you. CF Rob's here. Good to see you too. Sylvia's here. Snake Eater's back. What's up? Good to see you. Brian Ogden's here. Awesome. Aunt Jemima. Oh, I love your pancakes. Awesome to see you. Q Ed Was is here. What's up, man? Wasted Quaker Ranger. Good to see you, buddy. What the F's here. Good to see you. See, that's right. If you need some protein, you can always check out the King of Biltong over at www.biltongusa.com. Use promo code Jim for 10% off. Those 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts. All made in USA. If you like it a little spicy, get the Peri Peri or the Ghost Reaper. But they also have other stuff too. Cookies, candies, and cakes. All types of snacks. www.biltongusa.com. Use promo code Jim for 10% off. Karen O, awesome to see you. None of your business is here too. Great to see you. Tom Bravo, happy 4th to all. Thanks to Jim for this News of the Day broadcast. Well, we will have some news, but won't be. It's not going to be like that. Don't piss in my cornflakes and expect a great response. Oh, okay. Sorry. And then ditto for Tom. I want every thing about America's today, including my president. And there you go. Happy 4th of July to all. IO Backyard Cams, great to see you. Brian Ogden with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you. That means Bellavision is automatically activated. And that means that we're only $70 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. See how that works? So before I even got a chance to put the goal in, on YouTube, we're just 70 away now from adding a first additional hour. That's awesome. And the way the goal works for anybody who's new here, most of you guys I'm sure know, but the show runs about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, unless we hit the goal. And then if we hit the goal, which is $100 in total across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, becoming a member, gifting memberships on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, or Twitch, also Locals Coins, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips. We add it all up. When we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional $100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, however long you guys want it to be. As you can see, Abella is very well relaxed now. She got her doggy Xanax or whatever, diazepam or whatever. I think it's Valium, doggy Valium. And she's out like a light. So hopefully she'll be okay because the fireworks are going off like crazy around here. I have Bella on my team as Jim as well. Thank you so much. Sherry Gallon, great to see you. Dawn, PA, awesome to see you. Michelle Para. But let's see who got those gifted memberships from Brian. What do we say right before I start the thing here? It says making law simple. Hey, MLS Law, what's up? Awesome. MLS Law became a gifted member thanks to Brian Ogden. Alpha Chanel, Deke Edwards, Deke Ed, Rebecca Cam, and Noob Dad 53 all became gifted members. And then also to celebrate the 4th of July, I will reciprocate with 5 gifted memberships myself. That these don't count towards the goal, but these are 5 for me to all of you, other people. And it says one Chris Thompson received a gifted membership. Mr. Shays 6458, Kaida Shady 1337, Farrell Welsh Girl, awesome to see you, and Mitch Marco all received gifted memberships from me also. So thank you all so much. I will start the goal up right now for 2 hours. I will say it's we are currently 70 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. There we go. Goal started, and away we go. 2 hours ago, $70. We might add another hour here, maybe more. That's great. Let's see who else is here. I didn't even get going through. So happy Florida girl. Awesome to see you. Brenda Ty. Awesome to have you. Vince, what's up? Good to see you. 56 men signed their death sentence so we could be free. Yes, they did. It was either, like they said, we could either hang together or hang separately or something like that, right? Wasn't that? Colfie 2A over there on the kick. Thank you for being here. Happy 4th, Brenda. Jenna RL4CU says happy Independence Day to all. Phil DePlano's here. Yes, great to see you. Declaration of Independence, 250th anniversary. Yes, it is. Is that Marco Rubio narrating? Yes, that was Marco Rubio. Paul Harvey did a great piece on this. Well, that's awesome. Woodham, what's up, Woodham? Awesome to have you here. Thanks for being by. I popped all 3 pimples. Well, that's awesome. Lynn P, what's up? Happy 250th birthday, America. Rest in peace, Paul Harvey. What's up, Neil? How you doing? When is Trump speaking? I don't know. I'm waiting. I have it pulled up. I have it like sitting there waiting. See, but he's still. It just still says. Still just says. This is what it says. This is just what it says here. It just keeps saying this. No sound from who? From me? You don't hear me? You don't hear me? What? Nobody can hear me? Are you sure? Hey, Narrow Way, happy 250. We're host happy, Jim. Thank you for doing this. No problem. Hello. I think the weather was bad near DC. Just woke up. Good timing. All right. Colfie. American Dreamer. Awesome to have you here. Thanks a lot. Seaman Dami sitting at Washington's desk. Disgusting. Totally disgusting. You have the F-22 afterburner? No, I have some stuff, but if you have it, send it to me, Brian, or post it, and I'll pull it up. You see Alex Karp freeze up? No. Hey, what's up, Jerry? Great to see you. Great product from Biltong. Yes, Biltong's awesome. Not canceled, just postponed. All right. What's up? Thanks, Gypsy. Gary Geets, great to see you. Lurch Linger, that's right. Tap the like button. Tell us all. It's just a wonderful thing having Trump be president instead of brain dead Kamala substituting for Biden. In honor of Independence Day, Jim will do a discount of, no, he won't. Jim doesn't do discount. Ain't no discounts here. I saw The Wire. Bella is fake. Okay. Ed Jury. Can I love Trump but hate the deportation of any good human that's here trying to make a better life for their family? Happy 4th of July. Yeah, I mean, I think the people that are here trying to make a better life that haven't broken laws per se and haven't done anything wrong should get a chance to come back and do it the right way and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. There should be a way to figure it out without too much problem. So, movie 1776 explains it all. Hey, Mark, great to see you. What's it say? LGBTQ cruise banned from docking in Turkey. Oh, that's funny. Happy 4th. Get that buzz on. That's right. Trailer Swift. Good to see you. Wow. Thanks for those two. So we do have this here. Here's some stuff. We're talking about this real quick. We'll do this. This was earlier today in New York.
And one of the things that we often forget, and I remember struggling with this when I was a child, first learning this magnificent history from family members, but also from school, but also mainly from family members.
You can hear me? All right.
Celebrating the 4th of July. Right. The men and women who took up arms against a king, against a tyrant, they had been British subjects living in America for generations. For 150 years. It is all they knew. It's all their parents knew, their grandparents. It's all their great-grandparents knew. And the courage, the guts, the wisdom it took for them to say, you know what, everything that I have known in my grandparents.
Hey, Rebecca, thanks for stopping by.
We are going to set aside for something better.
All right.
I want to give you a live
Hey,
look
Allison.
here over the Washington Mall. You're seeing this
Hey,
massive
Allie,
flyover
Cato, how you
that's
doing?
happening. This, guys, is the Navy's elite fighters right there. Going over our heads right now, FA-18EF Super Hornets. They're followed by the F-35 Lightning II, the Joint Strike Fighters. You can see they're in formation there with 2 aircrafts there. This is the backbone of what Navy aircraft carriers carry as a threat to any enemy, many of them obviously stationed out in the Gulf, in the Middle East now. But this is the threat that we have that is matched by none on the planet. We have the most fierce, capable air fighting superiority on the nation, and it's flying over the mall now.
So I grew up in Air Force, Brad. That's like sort of like the soundtrack of my life, of my childhood here.
Your perfume,
yeah.
jet fumes.
Jet fumes. I went to many air shows as a kid. My father would say, "Listen up, Rachel. You hear that? That's the sound of freedom."
Nice.
And it absolutely is the sound of freedom. And these men and women who fly these, look at these the acrobatics they do in air. It makes us so proud. Of our nation, of our military, and the power we have to defend ourselves, which is really the primary purpose of our government to defend us.
Yeah. And as they call our aircraft carriers, it's 100,000 tons, 100,000 tons of diplomacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you have 12 of them, keeping the trade routes free and open around the world, it gives us a lot of benefits that we should be grateful for every day. And when you see an FA-18EF fighter Super Hornet, which is what I believe we're looking at right here, coming your way, you are not going to win. You are not going to overcome their superiority when they take to the skies, because these specific Super Hornets can do air-to-air combat, or they can go on sorties, fly missions. I just want to say something real quick. There's so many things I love about Griff, but one of the things I love about Griff, he actually knows what he's talking about when he talks about this. But also, it takes a lot of guts to sit on national television and test your trivia knowledge about this, because there are millions of Americans sitting around right now watching, and they know whether what you just said was it right. You called the exact name correctly or not. There are Navy air fighters and I'm sure Air Force guys as well, like talking, well, he didn't get this right, he didn't get that right. But you know what? I've been there. I've been on those carriers. Of course you have been. When they've taken off. I've been there when they came back from successful missions. But I love that we're taking a look now, because there have been so many. I mean, there's like hundreds of aircraft over hours and hours flying over all day. These particularly were worth pointing out because, you know, our F-18s and our F-35s are just, nothing matches it. This is the fiercest thing we have in the air to throw at our would-be enemies, in a great deterrent. President Trump talks about peace through strength. You're watching strength right there.
They're also just really cool. I've been talking to a lot of the.
What do you guys think? Some cool planes, right? Happy 4th from iRule. A lot of stuff going on. I got a bunch of different stuff for, flyover stuff, different things, different cities and stuff.
The FIFA fans who are swarming our country, and we love them all. And they just can't believe, one, how gorgeous our stadiums are. By the way, I've heard like people saying FIFA should be here, every World Cup should be here, because they love our beautiful stadiums, and they love these flyovers that have also been happening over games, and they're just so impressive. So
what's really also cool about this is not just your regular flyover that you get at a stadium. This is a full-on air show.
Yeah,
they are not just like coming from the distance and then disappearing in the distance. They are flying around the mall for all those people who are gathered there, and they're getting a real show here. You've been up in the air in a jet. You know what it's like to pull these. I flew one, Griff. Yeah. How many G's were you pulling? Look at that. We pulled 9+ G's. But in all seriousness, I really do think that
they do fireworks by me off of a bridge. I used to take the boat there and sit there. I didn't go this year because I had other stuff going on, but used to be nice to sit anchored watching the fireworks over your head and stuff. I actually filmed it. It's on my channel somewhere where I filmed some stuff off the boat a couple years ago. But fireworks on the water are great because you see it in the sky, you see it reflecting off the water, and you can actually get underneath it and have it like right over your head. That's really awesome. Really awesome.
If I were Elon Musk and the world's first trillionaire, I would start a program to allow every single American who wants to fly in one of these jets, start a program so that everybody can fly in one of these things. Because however much in awe you are of our country, of this technology, and in the men and women who fly these things. When you go up with one of these guys or gals and do the flips and do the turns and then land, especially most importantly, land safely back on Earth, it's truly awe-inspiring.
Yeah, that's Super Hornet right there. I think we've seen some single-seaters and some two-seaters, but the maneuvers that they're pulling off over that crowd down there on the mall, they just must be speechless.
Yeah, the spectacle over Washington D.C. right now, and it's been happening all day. We've been hearing it from where I was staying this afternoon. All day long, we're hearing it, and people are just watching, impressed, and proud of America on 250 years. That's the sound of freedom.
You can subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
All right. And then this was in Japan. You guys saw this. Japan marked America's 250th anniversary of the Independence Day with a fireworks display and drone show. The celebration featured fireworks that were in a rainbow bridge, was illuminated in red, white, and blue to resemble the American flag. A drone show displayed the faces of President Trump and their Prime Minister, Shanai Takachi. Is in Tokyo tomorrow. Celebrate America's 250th birthday. Watch the Tokyo show. Potato. Wow. That's pretty cool, right? Go back here. Look. See, there's that. They got Trump and Prime Minister hanging out. That's awesome. So, other landmarks that participated include the Eiffel Tower, several sites in Romania. The celebration comes as U.S. and Japan continue to emphasize their security and economic partnership. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. All right, and here we got another. This is another little thing with some. This is an F-35. Check this out. What's it say? He's dead. Jim says for 250, we should have had an ultimate fireworks show. Should have detonated a few nukes in orbit. That would have been epic. I don't know how safe that would be, though. What's it say? Mr. Guns and Gear himself responded to my comment about the Virginia gun ban and found out. Okay, I'll have to check that out. So, yeah. Steve Hilliard says, Jim, saw you on Paul Couture's channel today. Good to know. Jim Somniacs, we are blessed as Americans. And is Greg blocked tonight? Well, nobody is blocked right now. If he shows up and starts talking crazy, he'll be blocked for 24 hours. That's what I'm doing now. It's just a 24-hour timeout now for him. I used to just do 30 minutes, but then he just keeps coming back and stuff. So I don't know. To fund potato to fund. Oh yeah. Hey Gail, thanks for being here, Gail. Wow, thank you for the 10, Gail. With that 10, that means we are now just 60 away, folks. Just 60 away from adding that first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Go gun and yeah, what's up? Now, if the tyrants we dealt with, we may actually be free. It was a privilege to grow up an Air Force brat. Yeah, I mean, look at that plane, just like chilling, man, just chilling. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. You just saw a train full of tank and oil field equipment heading out. That's awesome. They really know fireworks in Japan. I once watched the Shinbun Festival. Everyone dresses up in traditional Japanese clothes. Yes, thank you for supporting the show. Thank you so much. And look at that thing just like floating there. Like la 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 la. F-35 sounds quieter than a Harrier. Yeah. One drummer put up an awesome video. Yeah, I don't know about playing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
because
this concludes the aerial demonstration of the United States Marine Corps F-35B Lightning II.
Is this an F-22 now? I think this might be an F-22. Our military is impressive. Air Force One almost made its flyover, but the weather event stopped the plane train it was leading. Oh, man. Yes, our military is the greatest. Yeah. But that is an F-22, right? Or no? Or is that an F-35? I don't know. I can't tell the difference. Oh, look at this. I got another 10 from Jenna. Here's another to help. Well, thank you, Jenna. Thank you for the 10. That means, folks, we are now just 50 away. We're halfway there to adding a first additional hour. Let's see. Let's see how fast we can get it. Thank you so much, Jen. If we could get it knocked out before we even hit the first hour. No, that's an F-35. There we go. Here's a B-2 and looks like a B-52 and then a B-1. These are 3 bombers coming through. A single engine. Raptor has twin engines. Okay. All right. It's an F-35. All right. Look at that. B-52, B-1, and a B-2. Okay. The Raptor has 2 engines. All right. Look at them go, man. There's probably going to be a problem with music. I might have to do something with this video later because all the music in the backgrounds. So. I don't know. Wow. Why did I lose all those people? Holy shit, 40 people left. That's weird.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's performance featuring the U.S. Navy's 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft, the F-35C Lightning II. Major John Rogers.
B-52, real coal burner. Okay. F-35s are single engine, 22s are twin. All right. You don't want to be on the receiving end of those. Definitely not.
Serving as ground safety officer, we have Lieutenant Kyle Mathesor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's performance featuring the U.S. Navy's 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft, the F-35C Lightning II. Major John Rogers, call sign Corby, hailing from Bowling Green, Ohio, will be at the controls for this tactical demonstration as he displays to Tehachapi, California. Instructor pilots at Strike Fighter Squadron 125. The rough. Accelerate and start a vertical climb. This F-35C Pratt & Whitney engine is generating an astounding 43,000 pounds of thrust. Now, ready your cameras and look to the right as Corby brings the aircraft in for the picture pass. You'll both hear and feel the jet as he passes show center and max afterburner. Take note of how smoothly this aircraft cuts through the air as Corby provides you with a planform view of this incredible stealth fighter. From the right, on a knife's edge, the F-35C picture pass.
Wow. That's awesome.
Major Rogers will now quickly reposition his aircraft for the minimum radius turn. During this turn, he will be pressed into his seat with 7.5 Gs. To put that in perspective, during this maneuver, Corby's body weight will feel close to 1,500 pounds. During an aerial dogfight, the F-35C can execute extremely tight turns, giving it the ability to rapidly reposition its nose and gain an advantage on the adversary.
What a fun day for pilots. Support crew, not so much. Yeah. All those guys on the ground.
Minimum radius turn.
In the heat, doing all the stuff. You want to hear it? All right, I'll turn it up. The danger zone. Dun, 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 dun. Glad to see you too, Renee Collins. Awesome to see you tonight. It's gonna be a little different
From the
show
right,
tonight.
Corby will bring the Lightning.
Gonna watch the stuff and talk in the chat,
flying at
hang out.
350 knots.
Chill.
Watch as the aircraft rolls.
We make
90 degrees
it,
at a time until it's
we make
once
it
again fully
just some extra hours. We'll get into some illegal alien
Major riders
crimes,
will then
some other
select max
stuff going
afterburner,
on.
brake to the
on
right,
news.
set up for the next maneuver. This is the 4-point roll. Ladies and gentlemen, several things distinguish us naval aviators from our Air Force counterparts. First, we are better looking. Second, we land on a constantly moving 100,000-ton nuclear-powered warship. Look to your left as Corby brings the F-35C in for a simulated carrier brake at 400 knots. The carrier brake is how we enter the landing pattern at the ship. After executing a hard turn to reduce airspeed, he will lower the landing gear and tailhook and perform a low approach at show center.
I know the F-22 has thrust vectoring. I don't know if the F-35 does too. I know the F-22 has thrust vectoring, like it has like nozzles that move and stuff. I don't know the F-35. I don't know.
This maneuver and landing pattern requires incredible precision and is a testament to the skill of our naval aviators.
America, baby. That's right, Mark. I wanna take you down, 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 down. So won't you fool around? F-22 has vectoring, F-35B also. All right. These new planes are cool, but my favorite is the F-14 Tomcat. Yeah.
The F-35C is capable of carrying advanced medium and short-range air missiles, including the AIM-120 AMRAAM and AIM-9 Sidewinder, as well as a variety of GPS and laser-guided air-to-surface bombs. To maintain its stealth profile, however, these weapons are carried in 2 internal weapon bays. As Major Rogers approaches from our right, he will cycle the weapon bay doors, giving you a rare look at those bombs and missiles hiding from the enemy.
Hey, Kevin, thanks for being here, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, checking it out.
Folks, take a look at the F-35's weapon bay door pass.
Who does this announcing? Practice introducing? This is just like it's an air show, or just like announce it for everybody. Ice and stone to the midnight sun where the hot springs flow. Hammer of the gods. Hey, happy Independence Day, Denisha. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by tonight. So great to see you.
For something truly unique, the square loop. From the left, Corby will approach at 350 knots and pull the aircraft straight up.
F-14 made Long Island, New York. That's awesome.
Creating the top of the square. From there, he will pull down to complete the loop, demonstrating an incredible level of control in the aircraft's raw power.
Wow, that's great, isn't it? Look at that thing go straight up in the air like that. A-10 Warthog. Oh, that's one of my favorite planes. They generally call them the voice. Okay. Hey, Gabriel, what's up? Hello, I'm a new person here. Well, thanks for stopping by. This is a show. Normally, we just do like news and pop news and stuff. Talk about like news, just try to cut through the BS to the news and everything. But tonight's a special night. It's the 250th anniversary of America, so we're doing a little different show. If you have any questions or comments in the chat, I'll pull them up. I'll talk to you all. But please remember, hit like, please subscribe to the channel. And the show runs about 2 hours, 2.5 hours long. Unless we hit the goal, reach $100 that comes in, we add an additional hour. So the show can be as long as you want it to be. Yes, happy Independence Day, Marjorie. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Obviously, my profile picture, never seen one A-10. Yo-yos. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on your MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your kicks for free. Working. That's the way you do it. Them guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a blister on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got the in-store microwave oven. Custom kitchens deliveries. Do they let girls pilot those so I can take my comment back about pilot balls? Your ears? Sorry. Those are awesome. Flew in one in Baghdad. Booga, 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 booga. Booga, booga, booga. There's had a lot of problems with the Osprey. There was always a lot of stuff going on. Different things. Well, American people got 1,000 points with me. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. You remember when the Dems were trying to kill the Osprey program? Yeah, they had some kind of issues with it. There was some kind of issues with it. I believe there were issues with when they were transitioning from vertical, like trying to transition from flight to vertical back and forth. You know, I always liked the Harriers too. You know, jump jet, the Harrier jump jets. I always liked those. The way they look and stuff. A lot of Marines died in those things. Yeah. Yeah. Refrigerator. We got to move these colors. Booga booga. Wow, look at that thing go. Wow, look at that. I have heard about these flight accents before. Yeah, Osprey was really overblown now. The Osprey was problematic. My first time I was nervous remembering all the news about him. Yeah. Yeah. They had to work out the kinks. The VTOL's complicated. German fan, like, oh, is that the guy that started crying because people were nice to him, took him for rides and stuff? Ooh, look at that. Wow. Wow, look at that. Wow. Hey, beautiful messy ball. So great to see you. Happy America's Freedom's Day. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Waka, waka, waka.
Brankles is now setting up for the high-speed pass from the left. The Lightning is capable of flight in excess of Mach 1.5 at altitudes in excess of 40,000 feet. The fly-by-wire flight control system of the F-35 provides extreme agility while reducing the pilot's workload across the flight envelope. Get your video cameras out now, as the F-35 will be approaching the sound barrier, demonstrating its ability to go supersonic.
Hey, KK Bronson. You want to feel like you're in the plane with the pilot, you should see cockpit view as Captain Nick Laz Laterno, Buzzes, Washington, D.C., uploaded 5 hours ago. Okay, I'll have to look for it. Thanks for being here, KK Bronson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the F-35B Lightning II.
Catherine K, what's up? Great to see you. Wow.
The combination of the stealth features, the Lightning's actively electronically scanned array radar technology, integrated targeting pod, and its ability to carry weapons internally means the F-35 can engage targets at long range without detection. The F-35B carries a wide array of advanced precision guided munitions, missiles, and a 25mm cannon. From the right, the F-35 is preparing to execute the inverted-to-inverted aileron roll. It is capable of maintaining its maneuverability in inverted flight for an extended period of time.
Probably the Black Hawk replacement. All right. Watch the SR-71 take off and refuel
The
midair on a
F-35B
KP-10 greatest
possesses the most
ever.
powerful
Oh, yeah.
and comprehensive integrated sensor package of any fighter aircraft in history. Its next-generation avionics and sensor fusion give the pilot real-time access to battlefield information with 360-degree coverage. Advanced electronic warfare capabilities enable the F-35 to locate, track, and interdict enemy forces with unparalleled precision. As Branko sets up to execute the tactical pitch from the left, the F-35B will demonstrate its extreme maneuvering capability. As it passes you, you will notice the aircraft's ability as it appears to almost drift through the sky, demonstrating its ability to rapidly change its energy vector.
Wow, that is cool, man. Missiles wouldn't be cool if they were shooting missiles at you. That would be scary.
The F-35 has replaced multiple strike and fighter aircraft, such as the A-10, F-16, F-A-18,
A-10? No.
and the legendary Aviation Harrier. The F-35 is capable of conducting extreme maneuvers through its advanced fifth-generation flight control laws, only seen in the F-22 Raptor and the F-35B Lightning II. As Branko returns, he will transform the aircraft into SCOVL mode and return in front of the crowd in a hands-free hover. You will notice several intake and exhaust doors opening on the aircraft, which all move with a single push of a button. At the same time, the horizontally mounted lift fan engages, providing 10 tons of vertical thrust. You will also see the doors at the rear of the aircraft, which open to allow the main exhaust nozzle to rotate over 90 degrees down. The entire weight of the aircraft will be supported by the thrust from the lift fan, main engine, and roll control nozzles, generating over 40,000 pounds of thrust.
Hey, Muffin Randall, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping by tonight.
F-35B to operate from amphibious ships and provide additional flexibility for operations in austere environments. Once stabilized in the hover, Brankos will show the smooth handling characteristics of the F-35B in the SCOVL fighter.
I got another video that has that Coast Guard and Air Force. So we'll get through this real quick. It's broken up in different sections. Never heard about the story before, but I can say to you that it's possible. What story are you talking about? What story?
Ladies and gentlemen, several things distinguish us naval aviators from our Air Force counterparts. First, we are better looking. Second, we land on a constantly moving 100,000-ton nuclear-powered maneuver and landing pattern requires incredible precision. Weapon bay door pass.
Oh, we saw this already. All right, so this is repeating. I don't know why it's repeating. All right. We got this one now.
Since St. Pete Clearwater cover from the Caribbean, the Gulf of America, and the Bahamas. The folks in the National Capital Region cover the entire National Capital area, as well as the M65E Dolphin you saw from Coast Guard Air Station Elizabeth City, North Carolina. They cover everything from Greenland to the Azores and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, our warfighters and our coasties defending our freedoms every day. Clearwater, Florida. As they pass directly overhead, ladies and gentlemen, notice the amazing formation flight here of these three beautiful aircraft that support search and rescue, homeland security, and environmental protection for all of us here in the United States. What a beautiful sight here over our nation's capital today. The United States Coast Guard Fixed Wing Review.
Wow, look at that. And we got Lurch Linger with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger. That means, folks, we are now just 20 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Let's see who got those memberships. Let's see who got them. It says that FFS Cast, Cynic got one. Hoppy Hop 2262. Kathleen Menges, Georgina Floyd, and Dwayne Zero. Thank you. And then we got another set of gifted memberships from Brian Ogden. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. With that, $30 5 members means
talk Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Brian. With that, that means, folks, we are now just 90 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. So thank you to everybody there. And let's see who got those from Brian. Says that Kirsten C. received a gift of membership from Brian Ogden. Steve Sharp, 6138. Inferno Warrior. And Court Watcher Denisha all received gift of memberships from Brian. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy Independence Day to you. Yes, I'll match you. Thank you. Thank you, Lurch. Thank you. Thank you, Brian and Lurch. It's really generous of them. It is. It's awesome. Congratulations to all the gift recipients. Yes, let's see. Yay, Lisa Faltsacker says. Yay.
Yes, sir, exactly. So what we do, Rob, is we use the relative wind and we use our body as flight controls. We can move left, right, forward, backwards, any orientation you can pick.
Gentlemen, the United States Army Golden Knights with Old Glory flying on the canopy rigging of the parachute there. Nate, what a beautiful sight we've got there.
Yes, sir, Rob, it is actually. So when he deploys the parachute, the flag doesn't come down right away. On the parachute itself, we have what's called a flag bag and a flag line. After we're under canopy, Rob, we can then deploy the 200 square foot American flag, making for a wonderful visual.
Wow, that is absolutely spectacular. So how much time do you think, Nate, until we see the next pass where we'll see some more jumpers and these from the Navy?
Sure. So on the next pass, you're going to see the Navy leapfrogs. And then on the third pass will be our full demonstration from the Golden Knights Gold Demonstration Team.
Perfect. So about how far out do we think the second pass is?
I would say approximately 30 seconds, Rob.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you
Golden
a little
Knights,
bit about the United States Navy leapfrogs.
Fireworks going off
As
everywhere.
you look skyward, you will see jumpers exiting the aircraft shortly, thousands of feet in the air. In free fall, they will reach speeds of up to 120 miles per hour before deploying their canopies. You know, in just 2.5 years in Naval Special War.
Oh, look at him. Oh, he's got a Palmilla flag. I jumped once, 13,000, never do it again. Dewey Generous, what's up? I'm late. Just watched the Ospreys. My uncle was one of those. Finally got to fly.
The American
Oh, that's awesome.
paratrooper,
That's awesome.
born of fire in the skies of World War II, more than 80 years ago, has since struck fear and terror in the hearts of those foolish enough to oppose them. Relentless in their skill and courage, not only in the air, but also on the ground, these brave soldiers have forged for themselves a place of honor in America's hearts.
That's awesome.
Pennsylvania. It is my absolute honor to narrate this once-in-a-lifetime event, America's 250th birthday. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Gold Demonstration Team are circling high overhead at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft, His head is outside in the wind and
You're
the cold.
welcome, Kirsten.
Through a series of hand and arm signals, the jump master is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation
I don't see him anywhere. Do you guys see him?
Is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation
Here it is. All right.
allows them to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. The smoke trails each jumper leaves in the sky are created by two M18 red smoke grenades, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to 1 foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, they can ignite the smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft or while in free fall. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders constructed of lightweight ripstop nylon. These parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line. To turn right, the jumper simply pulls down on the right steering line. As the jumper's near the ground, they'll pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing.
Hey, what's up, Bill? How you
Looking
doing?
high
Great to see you.
overhead,
Thanks for
you
stopping
may
by.
notice what seems like parachutes tangled together.
I hope you're not angry with
But
me.
this
No one's
is
angry with
actually
me. You're
an
fine,
exciting
Gabriel.
discipline in skydiving known as canopy
That's
relative
very
work.
open. Say anything you want.
Thanks in
Just
part
don't
to
say-
the advanced.
Just don't say anything that's going to get the channel in trouble. Don't use slurs and stuff like that, and don't attack people. This channel's very open and for discussions and all types of stuff.
Aerodynamic design of these ram air parachutes, one jumper could fly right up to the hands of another jumper without affecting its flight characteristics. At just the right moment, the jumpers pull opposite steering lines, maneuvering their parachutes into a downplane and diving straight toward the ground at over 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, slurs like this one. That's right,
As they
Roll.
approach the ground, you may hear the command, ready, break.
Awesome.
And the jumpers will separate for 2 soft stand-up landings in the target area. With a quick pull of a handle, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Pemberton will release the massive.
All right, so we got a rant. We got a rant over here from Basco Sauce says, this fucking guy. Thank you, Basco Sauce, for that 20 spot over there on the Rumble. That means, folks, we're now just 70 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Let's see if we can get the show to go all night. Let's do it. 70 away from a second additional hour. Let's get it going. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Basco Sauce. Greatly appreciated.
5,000 square foot American flag.
Yeah, the announcer's not so good. I could do better.
To keep the flag properly oriented, a 35-pound weight is attached to the bottom, adding a total of 150 extra pounds
I don't
to
know
the
what's
jumper.
going on with Trump, why he's not on yet. Something was delayed.
The flag
Some kind of
is
issue.
securely fastened to the front of the jumper's harness by 4 attachment points, requiring exceptional skill to pilot both the parachute and the massive flag. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and
Crew of 4 and 11 combat.
There we go. We got some more helicopters now. Trump's old as hell. He is pretty old. He's over 80. Fat guy on the bottom. Yeah, put the fat guy on the bottom all night long, all night. Maybe the weather's still bad. I think it's the weather. They were showing some stuff. They actually started the fireworks and then they stopped, what I saw. So I don't know. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. We're going to bounce around, look at a bunch of different things. So I'm going to hang out tonight with everybody. Have a good time. Commemorating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, when a little plucky group of colonies decided that they wanted to be free and cast off the yoke of a tyrannical king. The original.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch this
No
beautiful
King's
flyover of
protest.
our United States Army helicopters in review, you see the Chinook, the twin rotor helicopters we talked about, out front leading, and then back in the second wave. The 4 Black Hawk helicopter on the corners of this beautiful formation, and our Apache helicopters, the AH-64 Apaches. You see them right in the middle and also at the back. 2 beautiful diamonds, ladies and gentlemen, right here over our nation's capital as we celebrate 250 years of freedom.
Oh, Brian says need some fireworks. Well, thank you,
Wow.
Brian.
Well, how about that, America? As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, it doesn't get much better than that. Well, you know what? We're going to equal that the rest of the day. We are just getting started. We have upwards
Now we're
of
just
100
60
aircraft
away from
involved
adding a first
in this
additional
wonderful
hour, second
aerial
additional hour,
salute
just
today
60
as
away
part
from
of
a
our
second additional hour.
nation's celebration of 250
Blackhawks are
years.
taxing.
That was your United States Army helicopter review, and we will be back with you in just a little bit with another segment here as we salute to America 250.
Greg is on the channel, but not anymore. I got my 1776 fixed shortly after midnight. What is it? Oh, you're talking. You saw the move. There was a movie, right? A new movie came out. They never build the Comanche. Okay. Our fireworks were canceled due to weather. Oh man, that's right. Not today, man. That's right. If he was a tyrannical leader. If I see you again, I'm quicker than Jim. Yeah, you were. Fireworks don't translate well digitally. Yeah. Right.
Well, welcome back, America, to Salute to America 250. Our next flyover is absolutely spectacular. This is the United States Air Force Fleet Review, the Heavy Jets. Leading the formation today, the C-17 Globemaster III, a 4-engine strategic and tactical airlifter. They specialize in carrying troops, medical evacuation, and large cargo to include heavy mechanized vehicles directly to austere forward deployed airfields anywhere in the world. This aircraft and crew are based at Joint Base Charleston, South Carolina. The aircraft is a reliable airlifter. It combines intercontinental cargo carrying capability of large aircraft such as the C-5 Galaxy with the short field landing potential of the much smaller C-130 Hercules. Next in line is a KC-135 Stratotanker. They provide the core air refueling capability for the United States Air Force for more than 60 years. This aircraft is based at MacDill Air Force Base, Florida. Behind it, with the refueling boom also extended, is the KC-46. That aircraft is the Pegasus. It's a multi-mission aerial refueler strategic transport aircraft designed to refuel all U.S., allied, and coalition aircraft. And bringing up the rear is the C-5, designed for heavy airlift to carry more cargo farther than any other aircraft. The Super Galaxy, 247 feet long, a wingspan of 222 feet, measures 65 feet tall at the top of the tail, with a flight crew sitting a whopping 30 feet in the air. Capable of carrying almost anything in the U.S. arsenal, including other aircraft and satellites. This crew and aircraft from Dover Air Force Base, Delaware. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our salute continues, that is your United States Air Force Heavy Jet in review.
Wow. I'm looking for some videos right now, people. Look. Oh, look at that. What is that, a galaxy? Wow. Michael Dell celebrates America's 250. Sorry, I was looking for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're
Hey,
all
what's up,
set for
America
our next
First? Jumping in here.
flyover
How you
here
doing?
at
Great
the
to see
National
you.
Mall in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom. Coming up is the United States Air Force Fleet Review for Special Operations Command, or we call it AFSOC. These aircraft are all from Cannon Air Force Base, New Mexico. You'll see 2 AC-130J Ghost Riders, 2 CV-22 Ospreys, and 2 of the brand new OA-1K Sky Raider 2s. Now, the AC-130 Ghost Rider is AFSOC's premier heavy gunship, highly modified variant of the Lockheed C-130. It's a close air support, air interdiction, and armed reconnaissance aircraft. The Ospreys are medium lift capable tilt rotors, short takeoff and landing aircraft. They have the speed and range of a turboprop aircraft, the maneuverability of a helicopter, and the ability to carry 24 combat troops twice as fast and 5 times farther than previous helicopters or other special ops platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States Air Force AFSOC Special Operations Fleet that supports our warfighters downrange each and every day. 2 beautiful AC-130J Ghost Riders. On the formation's left, 2 of the CV-22 Ospreys, and on the formation's right, 2 of the OA-1K Sky Raider 2s. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful sight here over the reflecting pool and now the Washington Monument.
Hey, what's up, Miss Hacker? How you doing? Great to see you tonight. Thanks for stopping by. Who's handsome? Good to see you too. Big Bertha, that's right. Jim, Brian, and Joe, we are in good hands. I hope so. I hope so. The C5 makes no sense. Okay. Rodney, what's up? Good to see you. What's PG tomorrow? What's up? C5, great to see you. C5 is nice. C5, big chungus. Yeah. C17, that's my airline's favorite. Yeah. I would watch this in person, but not like myself. Grateful for all here. Well, thanks, Karen. Oh, we're gonna watch some other stuff. Any fireworks show from the New York Brooklyn Bridge? Did they cancel the stuff? I don't know. I mean, I know some people probably aren't happy that this is the show tonight. We're gonna do other stuff. This is not gonna be it. You know, just checking out the stuff. This is a special occasion. This is the 250th anniversary of America.
Flyover here is.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. Wow.
Call sign Jordan on behalf of the United States. Richmond, Virginia. They'll be flying the F-18 to the edge of his operating envelope. Now, Debbie and Scooter are setting up for the flat pirouette where they'll demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd and command a nose high at 540 degrees turn, all while remaining parallel to the ground. I'm copy, we're playing. John Cena already went.
Yes, he is. He's not.
Debbie and Scooter are now setting up for their minimum radius turn to tail stand with max AB selected air crew.
Hey, Chris, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
7.5 Gs for 30
I'm just looking
seconds
for other
turn.
videos up.
At the end of the minimum radius turn.
Hey, America First. Happy 4th, Jim, and everybody. Thank you, America First. Thank you for the 20. Wow.
Level flight. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, minimum radius turn.
That means we're just 40 away, bro. 40 away from adding a second additional hour. Thank you so much, America First. Wow. That's an F-18, not really an F-5. Okay.
Giving us weather updates. They're telling us to shut motor equipment down.
Access 2,300 feet. As motor case is gearing up. All right.
Shut down.
Cousin Jim Hillard. Awesome.
Debbie and Shafter.
I have a short F-22 video to pull in a second. I think that's an F-18, right? I think that's an F-18, I think. Hey, Steel Gunner, great. Thanks for being here. Thanks for checking us out tonight. I can still hear the fireworks going off around me. It's crazy. All right, let's check this out real quick here. It says the first ever F-22 demo over Washington, D.C. This was earlier. Wow, look at that. Wow, this plane is just amazing. This plane. I cannot believe Obama canceled this program. We were supposed to have over 700 of these planes. I think 780 or 800 F-22s is what we were originally supposed to get. Obama canceled the program, so we only ended up with like 180. It's ridiculous. Now, when Trump had his first term, Trump wanted to start the program back up, but they couldn't because they already destroyed the tooling and everything. They couldn't restart it. That's insane. I mean, imagine if we had 800 F-22s. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I was going to send you that video, but I thought you would not like the demonstration. I think that was yesterday. I don't know when it was. I just looked for F-22s over Washington. That's the only thing that popped. It was either this morning or yesterday, but thank you so much for the 10, right? That means we're just 30 away now. 30 away from the second. They should. Yes, he did. Obama fucked us over big time. Obama sucked. And that was it? Oh, wow.
Hey guys, wow, here.
Wow. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, here's more Osprey. I think we saw this. This is what's live right now in DC. You can see there's they're putting stuff on the Washington Monument. They're waiting for Trump to get there. I have a speech from JD Vance to play. We can't afford the F-22s when we have to clothe, feed, and house 12 million illegals. Yeah, 334 million per Democrat per plane. Yeah, they're a lot though. They're worth it though. They're worth every penny. If Dems win in 28, they'll cancel the 47 just because of the association of Trump. I can't remember what Michael's husband Barry's excuse was for terminating the F-22. Freaking idiot. Yeah, completely stupid. But anyway, here, let's check this out. Someone asked for fireworks for 10, so that's why they got the fireworks earlier. Well, hello, Paul. Thank you. I hope I helped you out a little bit. I'll keep trying to let people know to check out your channel. It's up to you. It's great seeing you here. I hope you're having a wonderful 4th also. Will Warren Orbit would shite their pants? Probably. I believe that was an F-22. I was telling Jim their cockpit view. It's amazing. trying to find it. I remember in 1993 crew and F-16, they were like $32 million a plane. And hey, Steve says, what's up, Paul? See, you had 69 subs. That's awesome. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney if you cannot afford it. One will be provided. Okay, I don't know what that means. I remember the F-35. Yeah. You're under arrest. Oh, shit. I hope not. The official complaint was too expensive per plane, and 35 was eating budget along with other high-tech, most dead-end projects, no new cruisers, frigates, some all cancellations as well. Yeah, well, Bob, it's all the money they were stealing. That's what happened. All the money that was being stolen. The F-35 is long-range support. F-22 is a fighter. Yeah. I don't know. We'll save some of these fireworks for later. All right. Here's DC. We'll save some of those fireworks for later, just in case. I just want to give some fireworks. Somebody paid 10 as for fireworks. They get to see fireworks. That's how it works. So this is DC Live. We'll do this. This is just a page for the White House 250 facts and stuff. Where is? Wait a minute. Oh wait. Yeah. Where I'm looking for. I had it here. Media. That was Trump at Rushmore. This is JD Vance today.
Joining us in today's review, and to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp
Thank you.
its
Happy 4th,
words.
everyone.
Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it is not handhold.
Wow, look at that. We have a new member. Paul Cotter became a new member. Thank you so much, Paul. That means, folks, with that, we're only $26 away now, just $26 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Paul. Welcome to being a casual listener and a Jim Somniac. Your dog is losing their shit. That's why you gotta sedate them. Bo's sedated. You gotta do it. Maybe you shouldn't have said anything. What are you talking about? What's wrong? Jim says, I can't believe I wasn't subbed to you, but I'm not. I can't believe it either, Jim. Wow. What's wrong? What's wrong, Brian? What happened?
Its readers, its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? If the Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward.
Well, thank you for being here, Reggie.
Now, they shared with Great Britain.
I wanted to do this all
the
with
same
you.
language,
I wanted to have this experience.
the same God,
the anniversary with
the
all
same
you here.
system of common law. They even read many of the same books,
hang out together,
and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born.
Wow, look at this. Wow, that's great. Look at this. Brian Ogden with another 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Brian. That means
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
thank you, Brian. That means, folks, we are now just $96 away from a third additional hour to the show. So thank you to everybody who's been so super generous tonight. Means we got over right now we got like almost 3 hours left to show. This is crazy. Thank you, Brian. Let's see who got these memberships. Let's see. It says that Don Boo 6679 received one. The MLG Robert 564 Lazy Fenris WF, and Rosemary Hill. All received gifted memberships from Brian and are all new members of the JimSomniacs. Thank you all. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much, Brian. Living in the country, there's enough random pew-pew that dogs don't even notice the booms. Even avoiding linking pressure-raising stories. Well, I mean, I got some. We're going to have a bunch of them later. And we got like a lot of them later. Just saying. You're awesome, Brian. You're all awesome. Yes. Yep, Finch, thank you for your contributions. Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, because you're new to town, there's no need to be unhappy. The bar codes, Congress ejected codes, part of the Roman civil subverting our constitutional laws. Yes, they do. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. I'm sure you'll find many ways to have a good time. At the YMCA. Did you see there was a fire on the Brooklyn Bridge? No. Seriously? Was it the firework fire? That's horrible.
Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot. And I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles.
Thank you all for the likes. That's right.
By the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the second most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads, which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi. And in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities.
Happy Independence Day, Bats.
Setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important
sedated tonight.
the day after Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
The United States
Mohawk
Navy at
Valley.
the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together, they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay. He saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style.
Wow, look at that ship. Look at those crosses on that ship. Are that Spanish cross?
All of us connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job. We are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by frontier assembly hall and congregation, by river valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what we will hear from some.
Hold on. Is that my internet? Yeah, just great. Let me see. Is it my internet or is it them? I'm just checking something.
Loud voices today, because as much as all not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong.
Fellas away.
And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story.
That's right.
And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness.
Fight for America.
So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate. And tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Awesome. Awesome. We did get another 10 came in from I don't want to say her name. I don't know. On PayPal. Let's think about PayPal. It gives me the people's names. And I don't like to use people's full names because I don't want to dox anybody. But Sherry, thank you for the 10 on PayPal. That means we're 86 away now, folks. Just 86 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I don't know who if you want to say who you are in the chat, I could recognize you. That would be great. Yes, thank you for the 10. All right, so there was fire departments putting out multiple fires on the Brooklyn Bridge. They were shooting off fireworks and looked like there was some kind of accident. Big Dev, I don't disagree with you.
You're hitting it with the water.
I know your name, Carino, but I didn't say it last night when you donated 10 on PayPal. Look at that. Wow. Your dog vomited? Oh, I hope she's going to be here. She's going to be all right. So here's another short video. You see the fire there? Something started on fire. Another fire there. I wonder if they had inexperienced people that didn't know what they were doing or something on the Brooklyn Bridge. A fire breaks out on a Brooklyn Bridge following the fireworks display. New York being as smooth as a rock pile. You ain't kidding. Looks like some set off a bunch of fireworks on a bridge and started a fire. Yeah, that'll happen.
Right. Okay. And then you still want me to cut, right?
Just if you donate, that's just if you donate on PayPal or Cash App. If you donate on YouTube, I don't. I just see your YouTube name, or if you do like what is it, Super Tips or Coffee, Ko-Fi, or anything like that. But on PayPal, it gives a name, whatever name your PayPal account is. Same thing with your Cash App. Oh, congratulations to you, Open Airlock Policy. You guys remember the other night, Sunday night, he's got a new channel called Scourge of Tyrants. Scourge of Tyrants on YouTube and Rumble. If you want to check it out, he streams on Sundays. So it's a good channel. Go check it out. If you want to drop your link in the YouTube chat, you can come over to the YouTube chat and drop your link. We had thunderstorms all morning till afternoon. Got fog making a perfect picture. And on Cash App and PayPal, yeah, they give your names, but not on YouTube. I thought the communists were good at fireworks. The Japanese actually seem better than the communists.
Right, so it's going to be big crowds driving, sweaty people, couple of Don't leave. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that, ladies. I don't know why everyone's leaving.
Wow. Right. Then this, President Trump has arrived at the National Mall, joined with First Lady Melania after he defiantly refused to cancel the event. We were at East 12th Street at the FDR and couldn't hear or see anything. Oh, that's too bad, Josie. We have to ask ourselves who in the Democrats are saying anything of respect or reverence for this great nation. Not many. Not many at all. Not many at all. Then we got this here, another little flyover thing. He's coming. He's coming. We're waiting on him. And this is the that inside the cockpit. This is inside the cockpit of, I think, an F-22. I think, maybe.
Fahrenheit officially makes it the hottest July 4th on record for Washington, D.C. I'm here at the Great American State Fair, and you can hear a flyover happening right now. As you can see, this large aircraft flying overhead. It's hot out here, but everyone is still enjoying the fair. They're wearing hats, they're wearing fans, towels around their neck, anything to stay cool. And another
It's very, very hot out. It's very, very hot out. Let's see here. So this still says president, still waiting for the president to show up. This is Fox 5 DC, just basically some concerts and stuff like that. Trying to find another something good. Oh, this looks nice. Look at that. I'd like to see the video of that. Where's the video of that? Anyway, whatever. This is the Freedom 250 official website. Saw some live video of rushing stage reset. Talk some musicians may still perform, but I don't know. He's only got like 65 minutes left. He's going to get it on the 4th. Yeah. You're feeling like Lee Greenwood. Let's see here. We got the LA. This is all over the country. They got all these different things you can see. Like here's Times Square.
We have our mountains, the tree.
No. Let's see. This is LA Coliseum. DC is
cake.
Previously recorded. All right. South Carolina. Water Park. Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
The way like our country was.
Okay. Boston, Massachusetts.
Revolutions are still.
Fort Campbell festivals. Nothing there. Still waiting on the president. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Yeah. Trump is there. Trump is in there. Trump is at the National Mall. He's just waiting for. He's waiting to get the all clear or something to go. So they're waiting on him. This is F-22 inside the cockpit. Too loud? It's crazy. Wow. It's making me sick to watch. Not too loud? All right. Wow, that was pretty cool. Oh, wait, another one here. Jets soar over the Capitol. Okay. Wow.
Officers and 135 enlisted personnel comprised of Blue Angels. Pilots 1 through 4 flying the Diamond Formation, showcasing the precision flying required of all Navy and Marine Corps pilots. From the right, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2026 Blue Angels.
Trump's going to get ready to speak soon. Sorry.
The Thunderbolts of VMFA 251 from Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina. What an amazing sight here over the mall in our nation's capital as we pay tribute
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Singing Ave Maria. I'm just waiting. I love planes, man. I love airplanes.
Two F-15E Strike Eagles and two F-16 Fighting Falcon. We are honored to have them here with us to celebrate America's 250th. Semper Fi, Devil Dogs. This is your United States Marine Corps Rotary Fleet in review.
With all these helicopters, we would have no problem taking care of our communist problem. No! That was pretty awesome. All right. Now we got this. We got this. We got some news. We're jumping a little news while we're waiting on Trump here because this was important stuff I wanted to talk about. So 3 days after Mitch McConnell was found unconscious and hospitalized, that's right, they found him unconscious, rushed him to the hospital. He's been there 2 weeks. So there's a lot of questions about who's actually pulling the strings. His wife, a private citizen, traveled to Beijing to meet with CCP leadership, including the Chinese Vice President, Han Sheng. Why is she meeting with the CCP? Why is she doing it with her husband hospitalized? What is really going on? Yeah, Mitch McConnell fighting for his life. His wife travels to the CCP. What is going on? Trump needs to find out what that was about. You ain't kidding. Uh-huh. Here she is meeting with the people. There she is standing with all these Chinese people. Look at them. Why does Mitch McConnell pretend he's a Republican but helps the Democrats? Because he's married to Elaine Chao. The Chaos are no ordinary family. They run an American shipping company with deep ties to the political elite in China. Now, here's the fireworks at Mount Rushmore. He was a cabinet member for George W. Bush. Elaine Chao was a cabinet member for George W. Bush. I don't think she was a cabinet member for Trump. Maybe for first Trump administration, it's possible. There was a lot of swamp creatures in Trump's first cabinet. AWACS is a high-altitude surveillance plane driving across the country, see flat for many hours. Did you hear, Brian, that the NATO is going to go with the Saab GoldenEye? They're going to get rid of the AWACS? It's his staffers that are running the show. Staffers are the biggest problem in the Senate. Yeah.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have.
Just in case you forgot, fireworks at Mount Rushmore were blocked under the Biden admin.
Hi, everybody. I'm Governor Christine Elmore here.
All right, whatever. I don't know why. It's not what I wanted to see, so whatever. There's John Fetterman. Doesn't matter what temperature it is. People are lined up to see the Pennsylvania pavilion. Yeah. That his governor wouldn't make, and he had to do it with Dave McCormick. Oh, that's just great. Guy's still singing. Trump hasn't taken the stage yet. As we mark our 250 years of America, we urge you to give up your guns. Sounds familiar. Same answer 250 years later. F you. The British state is insane, by the way. They will do this to every social media platform because it is the proliferation of information that threatens them. The UK government are trying to stop you from being able to grow your own YouTube channel and thinks it's great. Yeah, it's terrible. This Florida Board of Education just voted to ban illegal aliens from attending its 28 state-funded colleges and universities. That's pretty good. Yeah, this is terrible. This is terrible right here. You like Aaron Copeland? Okay. We are down to just over a dozen AWACS. Yeah. Lane Chow served as United States Secretary of Transportation during the first Trump administration. Oh, that's probably why we didn't fix all the stuff with the illegal alien truck drivers and everything. Elaine streamlined the environmental impact review for multimodal transportation projects. So a family put up an American flag to celebrate America's 250th 4th of July celebration in Detroit. A man with a blowtorch came in the middle of the night and set it on fire. Police need help locating the man. He almost burned the house down. Luckily, someone with a blowhorn alerted the homeowners, who woke up and used a fire extinguisher to put out the flames. I look out the window, the whole front of the house is lit up on orange. And then I notice it's on fire. It's just fire everywhere. Police and arson investigators are on the case, but take another look at the guy who started the fire and let law enforcement know if you know who he is. I couldn't believe somebody would do something like this, but luckily they were stupid enough. We've got their face.
An American flag set on fire while hanging from a Detroit home. The homeowners caught it all on camera, and police are searching for the person who did this. Fox News' Amy Lang joins us with the details. Amy?
Well, Rube, the homeowners decided to display the stars and stripes to celebrate the 4th of July. What they didn't anticipate is this. This is what's left of a family's American flag, a burnt remnant of the Stars and Stripes. John Broderson and his wife Daniela Braun had just hung it outside their Detroit home for the nation's 250th anniversary. Then, just around midnight, as they slept, watch as this man, a complete stranger, walks up and sets it on fire.
I just couldn't believe it. I mean, we've lived in this neighborhood for 10 years, you know. I mean, nothing happened. We just set it up a few days ago, celebration of 250 years, 4th of July. So I'm like, it's a pretty big deal. Let's set up a flag. Who knows what could have happened if it wasn't for the neighbors banging on the door.
Thank goodness you were here.
Yeah, because it could have been a lot worse.
Steve Harmon had just moved in across the street in Detroit's Green Acres neighborhood. He was asleep as well, but says he heard someone blowing an air horn, a guy on a bike, alerting the neighborhood to the fire.
Somebody kept blowing the air horn, and I'm like, who the hell is that this time of morning? So I look out the window, and the whole front of his house is lit up orange, and then I notice it's all on fire.
Steve jumped up, dialed 911, and ran across the street.
I didn't want to break the window, but I was going to break the window to get him up. The fire was getting really big. Pretty soon, John came, and he opened the door, and his face just lit up because it was just fire everywhere.
We see flames. I went and grabbed a fire extinguisher, put it out, and then a few moments later, the fire department showed up.
Police and arson investigators are on the case, but take another look at the guy who started the fire and let law enforcement know if you know who he is.
I couldn't believe somebody would do something like that, but luckily they were stupid, and we've got their face.
Just a crazy world. You don't just set somebody's house on fire.
Green Acres.
That could have got really, really bad. If I wouldn't have woke up, who knows how long that fire would have. It probably could have destroyed the house.
What would you say to this individual?
Why? Is it worth it?
You think they'll catch him?
I think so. They seem to think they will.
Oh.
Now, again, if you know who this man is, contact Detroit police. As for the homeowners, John and Daniela, well, they're grateful for good neighbors. It's really important to get
like
to know
a good
your
neighbor.
And
Steve
they urge
Harmon's
everyone to have
there.
a fire extinguisher on hand in their home. Not that you would ever anticipate something like this, but it's sort of just a good rule of thumb.
It's just disgusting, this type of a crime. This is their personal property. It's an American flag. It's their home. And it's the middle of the night. I think that guy thinking that he could put his little hand next to his face,
and
hiding
keep you
it.
from seeing him.
It's a pretty clear look at what he looked like. If we go to our website, we'll have the video on there.
Yeah, you should be
Check
able
it out.
to take another look at him. And obviously, if someone knows him, they know who that is and should contact law enforcement right away.
We hope they do, and we hope the person's caught. Amy Lang for us. Thank you,
Thanks,
Amy.
Rick.
I'm just going to go over this guy here.
All right, so thanks. That's great. All right, here's President Trump. I'm restarting the goal for 2 more hours. On YouTube, it expired, so We got 2 extra hours coming right now.
Good evening, America. If you think that was, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way.
There
we
you
can
go.
be
Got him.
deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen, at least. And I want to just thank you. And I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people. And we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week. I said, it doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American Republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us. And with God's help, we will always be this or even better.
Wow.
We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. 2 big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die.
Yeah.
1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence. to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen.
Right, right. And speaking of that, we also got, and I know I interrupted, but it is what it is. So we have right here, Happy Independence Day to Jim, Bella, and the awesome JimSomniacs from B-Job Secure. Thank you, Jennifer. With that 6 now, that means we are just $80 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. We'll jump back into President Trump speaking. And but before we do that, actually, let me show you this right here. Look at this. So my camera doesn't have enough megapixels for Robert Gavea's bicep. Look at that. It's Nick and Rob together in DC today. That's awesome, isn't it? See him hanging out. Look at that. Good job. Good job. Nice hanging out.
And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country, we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those, to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight.
Anyway.
With one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God.
That's right. Even communism has a central bank. That's right.
And the communists will. Sure.
He's secretly
Few
talking
heroes
about
remind us more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the battle, he saw comrades struck down enemy fire while carrying.
I don't know why it's what's going on, but
The Stars and Stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this forward march of freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening, he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great.
USA.
He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man. Thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job.
Yes,
and now it's overflowing. Yeah. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We used it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped it out, wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West,
Thank God.
Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you. To honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America, we also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back. And we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID.
Get it done. Get it done.
All voters.
We need to Save America. We need the Save America Act. Got to get it done.
All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there at 104 years old and looking really good. Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance, please.
That's awesome. 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 Fantastic. Wow.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
Man, Christopher Cancer, how dare we? Yeah.
Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history.
Yeah.
Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever.
Wow, 107. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He looks pretty good for 107. Right on. USA, 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 USA.
Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood
God
for
bless
every
your
inch
father
of
and your
mountain
family and
that
his
they
sacrifice.
reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and
Anthem
stripes
too.
for all to
Yeah.
see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching.
Thanks,
They couldn't
Joe.
believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen.
Happy
With
Independence
us
Day.
today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times.
Thanks, Iowa, back there, Cam. Thanks for being here. Doesn't look a day over 102. That's right, none of your business.
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are
awesome.
really
Awesome for
very
your dad,
special.
Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would be funny if he said that.
Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are.
Oh, there they are.
So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we're having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic. And they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House. So it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind. And we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of. And some people smiled. They thought it was foolish. And now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. we were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much.
And they are blowing up stuff outside my house right now. Going crazy.
And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they loved. They loved
very medicated.
Our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pray for New York, yeah.
From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us.
I wonder what they feel about them going to rebuild the Key Bridge and not call it the Key Bridge.
Thank you very much. Please.
They're going to call it something else, not the Key Bridge.
Thank you.
Baltimore.
Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, we just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country and one of the most beautiful. To the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America, There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams. And no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that a free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the mighty nations and terrible tyrants, they came and they went. But after they came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic
what the hell just
still
happened?
Stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God.
Hey, what's up, Duct Tape?
And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is
Yeah, I
just
should have went to
getting
PC
started,
probably.
because the best is yet to come.
Oh, look at that.
This is only the dawn of the golden age of America. And on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you. And the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all. And it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Wow.
We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly. So thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. That's awesome. So let's see. Well, thanks, Duct Tape. All are welcome here. I'm glad you like me, and thank you for the 5 memberships. Duct Tape gave us 5 memberships. There's still 5 memberships over on Rumble. There's still 3 left to claim if anybody wants to go over to Rumble and get one. Neat Scholar got one. And Dixie Nicks got one, but there's still 3 more over there if anyone wants to got them. There's still more over on the Rumble. What that means, we are now $53 away from adding a 3rd additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. We'll check out the fireworks in a second. Yes, thank you, Duct Tape. keep an eye on that when the others fill in. Let's see here.
Please join us in singing the national anthem.
We hailed at twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Rockets, red glare, I'm singing it wrong. Through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? The land of the free because of the brave. That's right. Maryland Transit Authority is referring to the new bridge as FS Key Bridge, but push to rename it. Wow. It's karaoke, Jim. No, that was a plane on Afterburner. Happy birthday, America. Hey, Big Jim was gifted a membership.
Happy 250 years, America!
Well, this video is definitely getting demonetized.
How you guys doing?
I'm gonna have to edit this out. All this music.
Waiting for the break of day. Searching for something to say.
Hey!
Flashing lights against the
sky. Should have been a Lancer on burner, yeah. My eyes. Yep, in Chicago.
Sitting cross-legged on the lake.
25 or 62.
Staring blindly into space.
Sweet daydreams, great to see you.
Wanting just to stay away. Wondering how much I can take. Should I try to do some more? 25 or 64.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Wow.
You're to sleep.
Welcome to the Jim Insomniac, everybody.
Searching for something to say. Waiting for the break of day. 2506 to 2506 to
Wow, look at that. That's great.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train
going anywhere.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit.
Hey,
Took the midnight train.
What's up? Redneck Renegade, how you doing?
A singer in a smoky room, smell of wine and cheap perfume. Pour a smile, they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching.
Journey.
Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Paying anything to roll the dice. Just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Stranger waiting.
Oh, you gotta show somebody with a hijab on?
Their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Street
Wow. I mean, these fireworks are fantastic. Wow. He's going to get in trouble for this one. This one's the Bon Jovi. Wow, 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 wow.
Johnny used to work on the docks. Union went on strike. He's down on his luck.
Gina works a diner all day. Working for the band. She brings home the pay for love. Gotta hold on. Got to make a difference. Make it all night. Got each other. That's a lot of love. Well, give it a shot. Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, make it like where. Wait.
Tommy's got his six-string and harp. Now he's holding in when he used to make it talk so tough. Gina dreams of running away. She cries in the night and Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. She says we gotta hold on to what we got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, that's the love.
Wow. It's a 40-minute fireworks show?
Come on, America. Happy 4th of July. Well, yummy. There's no need to feel down. I said yummy. Pick yourself off the ground. I said yummy. Cause you're in a new town, there's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on the door, you can't stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Sing it! It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, are you listening to me? I say, young man, what do you want to be? I say, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. I'm gonna stay at the YMCA. It's gonna stay at the YMCA. We have everything for your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They can give us something. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues.
850,000 shells? Wow.
If I were alive, I thought, was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place called the YMCA. It's not you that are your way. Come on, sing it like you mean it. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your man to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. Oh, YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Oh, young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, get yourself off the ground. YMCA. And if the elevator doesn't bring you down, go crazy.
All right, friend.
Reach a higher floor.
If you don't like the world you live
That's
in,
the fireworks, man.
take a look around too. At least you got friends. You see a Como lady, friendly word.
Notice this is a boomer line dancing song.
Dropped it on the floor. That's all I heard.
Break us out. Oh no, let's go crazy. Let's get nuts.
Well, we're all excited.
All right, well,
But we don't know why. Maybe it's 'cause
you guys had enough fireworks yet?
What's it all for? Well, you better let now before the Grim Reaper comes knocking on your door. Oh, tell me you're not gonna let me down.
No, no.
Let's get down.
All right. Get started. All right. Yeah, this is all gonna get cut out. It's all gonna get cut out. Wait till it stops there. I'm gonna have to chop it all out. Wow. Colorado Mountain Girl comes in with 50. Thank you for covering us tonight. Happy 4th of July. Thank you so much, Colorado Mountain Girl. Holy crap. Wow. With that means we are $1 away, folks. Just $1 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Wow. Wow. Yes, thanks. Wow. Wow, Colorado Mountain Girl. Wow. Wow. Wow, money back there. Will you remember? We just got another. Thank you, Sylvia.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sylvia. That means, folks, we are now just $96 away from adding a fourth additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Sylvia. And then Joe came in with 2. Keep the party going. Thanks, Joe. That means we are now $94 away. Thank you, Joe. And then Spuds comes in. Let's defeat communism, New York. That's right. Another 2. That means we're now $92 away from adding a fourth additional hour. Thank you, everybody, for wonderful donations. Text POTUS for $1. There you go. But seriously, I love y'all. Some weird mofos here. There you go. We all are. Victor Willis of the Village People died 6/26/26 at age 74 from a brief illness. He sang Macho Man. Macho, Macho Man. Jim's the music, brother.
Changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away. As we dance through the night, remember how the stars stole the night away. To see you, only who talking about remember how you love was here to stay. Now December felt the love that we shared in September. Only blue talking love remember how we found our love in the stay.
We're only like halfway through the fireworks. Yes. Wow.
American girls, American guys will always stand up and salute. We'll always
Recognize
when we
and
see
feel
we're flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep at peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army, where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my brother, my brother, my sister, and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. The mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back, so as we could see clearly through our big black eyes. Man, we lit up your world like 4th of July.
Damn, at the top of this list, the statue of liberty started taking
and it's gonna be hell when you hear the freedom star ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is
raining down on you.
Oh, drop to your courtesy
of the red, white, and blue.
Well, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will bite when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. We'll put a boot in your ass in the American way. At the top of this list, that you and it's gonna be hell to you another freedom star ringing feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh, back to your country.
The red, white, and blue. Yeah, buddy.
Stay too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Now the time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Well, I did a lot of foolish things that I really didn't mean, yeah.
Hey, Gripper, what's up? Good to see you.
When I touch the thing and nothing, girl, That's when I know you're my heart, one and only desire. Here I am, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Come on, sing it with us. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. That I really didn't mean. Oh, yeah. Here I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Yeah. Oh, here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours.
A lot of fireworks, man. It's a lot of fireworks.
I said sign and deliver.
Unlike from both. Got it. Oh, Doc. Doc comes through with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Doc. Wow. 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Holy crap. That means, folks, we're now just $62 away from a 4th additional hour. Thank you, Doc. Let's see who got those memberships. Thank you, Doc. Says that Colorado Mountain Girl received a gifted membership. Rebecca Gallen received a gifted membership. 3 puppy dogs. Wuhan Bat Eating Ninja and Cindy Bowman all received gifted memberships thanks to Doc. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Wow.
I know you guys know this one. This is a group effort. Where it began, I can't begin to know when, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, and spring became the summer. Who would believe you'd come along? Hands, touching hands,
Reaching out.
oh,
Touching me. Touching you. Oh, sweet Caroline. Bop, bop, bop. Good times never seem so good. I feel fine. Bop, bop, bop.
To believe they never would. Now I look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only 2.
And when I hurt and runs off my shoulders, how can I hurt when holding you? Oh, touching one,
Well, reaching out, touching me,
Touching you.
Oh, sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. America, how are we feeling? So happy to have you all here to celebrate this great 250th birthday.
250th.
Sing it with us. Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good.
Bum, bum, bum.
To believe they never would.
Bum, bum, bum.
Good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. Sweet Caroline.
Wow.
I think we know what song this is. Yeah, ladies, come on. I got the plane at LAX with my dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And a Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. And butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up, playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA.
We'll have a tube rating.
In my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking hips?
What's up, Tom? How you doing? Great to see you.
So hard when my girl's not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party.
I think this is Katy Perry.
I guess I never got the memo. Tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song was on. Britney song was on. And a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah.
This is Miley Cyrus? Is it? I don't know. Feel sorry for all the kids there. Just play us read off future fireworks shows for them. Okay. Miley Cyrus. All right. It's a party in the U.S. The angels all over the sky. Yeah. Party in the U.S. I miss original you, Doctor. Yeah.
Back to my hometown tonight.
We'll get there, Joe. We'll get there.
Stops me every time. The DJ plays my song and I feel
You're impressed with the fireworks? Oh yeah, they're good, man. These are good. The best I've ever seen. Is it a sign or a Mandela effect? Oh, he's talking to my car's playlist. Wow. That's insane. That is insane. Wow. That was quite amazing. Is it over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. That's what they should do right there. That's what they should have did. Is it over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. And then poof, more stuff. I can smell those fireworks all the way in California. Yeah. Must be the ending. Yeah, it must be. All right. I think that's it, right? Sounds like a record. It started raining, it looks like. All right, so it's over. It's over. That's good. It's over. Before we jump into the news, the news, there's this I wanted to play this. This nice these aircraft. Angels. Great show. Blue Angels. Germans was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No. Leave him alone. He's on a roll. Yep. Hey, what's up, Jake? How you doing? Fight fire with fire. That's right.
Thank you. Check that out.
Performers were great. Yeah. Yeah, it was over. Mm-hmm. That was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah.
I love the Blue Angels.
Look at them. Look how they fly so tight together like that. Wow. Still say we should have had a few lower orbit nukes. Well, they could have sent one like far out in space. That way it couldn't hurt anything. God bless America. That's right. God bless America, land that I love. There's the chemtrails. Do-da-dee-doo. Ba-doo-ba-dee-ba-doo. Oh, that's nice. Brandenburg Gate. That's nice. It's gonna be 119 degrees tomorrow. Climate change. Yeah, that's right. Blue Angels. Yeah, baby. That's right.
They are, aren't they? Yep. How fast are they going? They're going 280 knots. They're live.
All right.
GWB.
119 Celsius. That would be great. Doubly rare because it isn't also on fire. Okay. All right.
Hold on.
All right. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. All right. That's cool. All right, and then look at this. We have New York City got a once-in-a-lifetime sunset right after severe storm swept through. Look at this. This doesn't even look real. This looks like something artificially created. Look at it. This doesn't look real. This looks like something somebody created, like artificially generated, right? Red sky night, sailor's delight, they say. Wow. Right? That's crazy. And in Germany, happy 250th birthday, America. Today we're celebrating in style, lighting up the Brandenburg Gate in honor of your 250th. Look at that. Freedom 250. Look at that. The Brandenburg Gate. It's the new mayor opening the gates of hell. Maybe. It's going to be 119 degrees because the fireworks smoke is going to, oh, wait. Botting out the sun makes it colder. Never mind. Yeah. Definitely. Anyway, if you're watching on Instagram, I got to tell you right now, we're coming up on 4 hours on Instagram. So the show automatically cuts off at 4 hours on Instagram. There's nothing I can do about it. So if you're on Instagram watching, come over to like YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick or X or Facebook or something. But Facebook's probably going to kick me soon too anyway. But I'm going to cancel it on Instagram right now. So if you're on Instagram, go somewhere else. But we still got we still have plenty of time left. We have 30 minutes plus another hour on top of that. And we're only 62 away from another hour. So we got plenty of time. But on Instagram, unfortunately, if you're on Instagram, come over somewhere else to check us out. Jim tells you anywhere else. Have a happy and safe 4th. All right. Instagram's gone. Now we can keep going. All right. And this, look at this. Watch the Eiffel Tower blazes USA 250 as Paris kicks off America's semi-quincentennial. The Eiffel Tower lighting up as USA 250 at 11 p.m. And it's not even on fire either. That's the good thing. It's not burning. Oh, that's interesting. A Vance, yes, a Vance. Crazy, right? Crazy. All right. And we got this, which I don't know if this is the same thing I saw earlier, but we got this one. This is Japan. Okay. All right, folks, here you go. Get ready. It's going to upset you. We got the illegal alien roundup. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. I told you guys it was going to happen. So it's been a while. Got our top 25. I'm just going to jump right in. Johnston County, North Carolina, a man, a detainer, was arrested for murdering his wife. You don't say. Big flag. Big flag. All right. Where's this at? Oh, for Estonia. Okay, we'll do this first. All right. Before we get into that, we'll do this one. So the 250th anniversary, Estonia lit up some TV tower for 250th. Look at it. What they're saying, I don't know. Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Come on, not again. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. Well, it says illegal immigrant truck driver charged with crash and kill the Pennsylvania State Trooper. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that. Let's see. I might have it. It might be in here already. Probably already in here. So, a man and detainer after confessing to murdering his wife. Wow.
The weight of the evidence that we have at this time is fairly strong. In this case, there is a confession.
Jesus Bermudez made his first court appearance. He's charged in the shooting death of his wife, Lorena Paz, early Thursday at the Smithfield plant where she worked. Through an interpreter, Bermudez told a judge what he did with the murder weapon.
So I turned over the gun and I turned myself in.
His lawyer quickly shutting down the comment.
Under the advice of counsel, I would advise you not to make any statements at this time.
Prosecutors stopped short of revealing a possible motive, but said Bermudez bought a gun days before the shooting. A GoFundMe for Paz's family says loved ones are in mourning. Originally posted in Spanish, a translated version says there is suffering on both sides, the pain of losing a loved one and the pain regarding the person who committed the act.
Crazy what we did.
People at this Smithfield mobile home park who knew the couple were too emotional to talk. It's where police say Bermudez lived and where he was arrested after fleeing from the plant. His lawyer says he
Thanks for being here with us tonight, Tony.
AAF International,
Thank you for your service.
The plant says they are fully cooperating with the investigation and providing counseling services for staff.
Wow.
Prosecutors say Bermudez and Paz have a teenage son. We also found court documents showing Bermudez is being held for federal immigration officials and that he was previously removed from the U.S. His next court date now set for July 16th.
Previously removed. Previously removed. Previously removed. Let's see. Is he he's a white. You were right, Tony. He's a white male. Look at that. He's a white male. Tony was 100% right. Tony said number one. Yep. There he is. What's his name? Tenerino Bermudez. Jesus. He's a white male. There it is. There it is. There it is. Whitest man you've ever seen. I know, right? Pinellas County, man and detainer arrested for sexual battery. Last week, a Honduran national, Carlos Antonio Aguela, was arrested for sexual battery. He has an immigration detainer hold. You know. Race is unknown. They don't know what race he is. He's you. They don't know it. They don't know it. He's a you. Miami-Dade, man and detainer arrested after fatal car accident. Last week, Jose Luis Aracha was arrested for leaving the scene involving death, driving while license suspended. Another white male here. I mean, maybe this guy might be able to pass for white. Maybe, I don't know. Another white male. Jose Luis Aracha. Got all these white males committing all these crimes. We got to stop these white males. We got to stop it. We gotta get our hands around all these white people committing these crimes. Yes, we gotta get our hands around this. He looks white to me. What's your problem? No problem. I'm just saying we got to do something about all these white people, Joe, committing all these crimes. The white face of black supremacy. Yeah, it's crazy. So Broward County, Florida. A lot of Florida. Florida is full of whites. It is. It's like all white. On Wednesday, illegal alien Oscar Armando Alvarez Rosa was arrested and accused of drugging and raping a 13-year-old girl and linked to a similar previous case by DNA. ICE is going to be busy. Florida is rounding him up. Documents say that he used Instagram to contact the girl. Once at his apartment, he's accused of having her hit a vape pen, which she made her go numb before raping her. He was detained by CBP in Texas in 2020 who collected his DNA that was linked to an earlier case on a 13-year-old girl who was drugged. However, the victim later recanted in that case. Nonetheless, the court documents suggest that Alvarez Rosa is a documented pattern which defendants seeks 13-year-old females to commit battery. Yes. Wow. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is horrible. And he's a white male, another white male with these battery of victims less than 16. Oh my God, sexual battery. White male. Oscar Alvaro Rosa. We really got to do something about this. We do. Under 12, but assuming he's illegal, all crimes are bumped up a degree. Montgomery County, Maryland, illegal alien arrested for a deadly hit and run. Wow, another one. Yeah, it's another one, Joe. Broward's a blue county. It's crazy. Way to go, ice, baby. Bump, 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 ba-da-dum-dum. I'm a fifth-generation Floridian. My extended family lives everywhere in Florida. Pinellas County is heavily diversified. There's been a noticeable drop in a certain group of people. Good to know. You're getting your wood chipper. Well, there you go. That's what it is. Will they get pardoned by Tim Walz? Well, Tim Walz isn't the governor of Florida, so it's a problem. Why did they shut down Alligator Alcatraz? Some gators should be hungry. I don't know, man. They said because of hurricanes or whatever, but I have a feeling that this Mark Wayne Mullen guy is not serious about just getting to doing what's needed. So, Maryland, illegal alien arrested for hit and run. A convicted sex offender accused of killing a man in a hit and run tried to flee the U.S., but ICE stopped him. So this guy is a convicted sex offender, still in our country, probably being shielded by sanctuary policies. Honduran national was at Newark International Airport attempting to board a flight out of the country while wanted on vehicular homicide charges. Authorities say that Carranza Castellon allegedly struck and killed 56-year-old Brian Roy Lagenberger in a fatal hit and run on June 17th. Yes, there's no Waltz in Florida. According to DHS, this wasn't his first run-in with the law. His criminal history includes a conviction for fourth-degree sex offense and a prior arrest for lewd and lascivious acts with a minor. DHS says he illegally entered the U.S. as a minor in 2016. Oh, so this was one of Obama's dreamers. He's a dreamer. Officials say he'll face prosecution on homicide before removal proceedings. Wow. Every dreamer have hope. They have to go nowhere. That's it, man. There it is. There it is. Let's see. I want to see if there's anything, nothing else about this one. I can't find it anywhere else. Miami-Dade, illegal alien Uber driver arrested for sexual battery. Illegal alien Uber driver Yusel Kumo Perez Lea was arrested for kidnapping and sexual battery. Oh, wow. He is accused of picking up an inebriated woman, transporting her to his apartment, and sexual assaulting her. Perez Leyva entered the United States illegally through the Arizona border in 2021 and was released by the Biden administration. What do you know? Bella is up now. That's not good. Yo, drop in to say hi, brother. Happy 250. I'm way too gone. Stay awake anymore. Enjoy and recover. The fight's never over. Thanks, Rich. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So this guy, Uber driver picking up chicks, raping them at his apartment and stuff, and Uber driver, and he's a white male, another white male. Yusel Kioma Perez Leana, another white male out there raping and pillaging. It's just the facts, man. Yep, white. Let me fix Bella's cam. You staying on? Oh yeah, I got at least another hour. I can tell you, I got at least another hour and a half. At least another hour and a half. At least another hour and a half. Oh, the camera. Incoming raid. Well, thank you. See previous. There it is. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Another white male raping people. What are you going to do? You're going to have to do something about all these white males raping people. Maybe some kind of program or something. Miami-Dade, man, a detainer arrested for machete attack. Man arrested after attempted murder for machete attack. He's on an immigration detainer. He looks like a Haitian to me. Machete attack in Miami? What do you say, Joe? That's a Haitian, right?
Before us, Jean Cherubin.
Bonjour, nous sommes devant nous là, Monsieur Jean Cherubin.
Sir, you were arrested for one count of attempted second-degree murder.
Monsieur, yo arrêté parce que vous essayé son attentat pour te tuer un monde.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
M'a bon avocat dans bureau avocat défenseur public là pour représenter vous.
It looks like he used the machete and the victim had multiple lacerations.
Semblait qu'on serve à machette et puis moun nan te gen plusieurs blessures.
Your Honor, he also has a hold for immigration.
You also
Et puis juge qui gagne immigration qui bill tout.
Well, it sounds like they're speaking French, so wouldn't that be?
One count
They're speaking French. Isn't that Haiti? French Creole, right?
of attempted, I think it should be first-degree murder. He's using a machete to try and kill the victim.
Yeah, it should be.
Or it's second-degree murder because it's with a deadly weapon, which is a first-degree felony state.
Yes.
Donc yo trouve que gen bon raison pour que yo accuse car un crime deuxième degré pour essayer de tuer un monde avec un ça.
Sir, you were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Rosheni Pierre.
Wow, thank you. Off-level pod says need to do a coaster again. This time, it with Davey. Definitely need to do it. Thank you so much for the 5. Definitely, thank you for the 5. That means, folks, we're now just 57 away from adding a 4th additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. We're super generous. Attempted murder, at least. Yeah, Haitian, French. Off-label pod. Thank you, off-label pod, yes. Cass County, Michigan, illegal alien arrested for a deadly hit and run. Illegal alien arrested for a fatal pedestrian hit and run. Oh, another white guy, it looks like.
Take a look here. 22-year-old Enrique Bejarano Martinez faces charges of failure to stop, tampering with evidence, and reckless driving causing death. We're now learning that, according to Homeland Security investigations, Martinez is undocumented, and he could be deported before the case completion is over. Police believe he may have been trying to leave the country anyways. WSBT 22 Sicily Porter's work on the story tonight from the live desk in Sicily. Investigators told you there are a few reasons why they believe he was trying to go on the run.
Yeah, they believe he was trying to go on the run. Look at this. Muffin Randall, thank you for the 2. Thank you so much. With that means we're just 55 away, folks. 55 away from a 4th additional hour. I think we might get there. Yeah, machete, it's like a paper cut, just tiny lacerations. So many white Haitians. They're everywhere.
That's right, JP. Martinez told police that his mother lives in Mexico and he's not afraid of going back. Martinez also telling police he knew a body was found in the area when he saw the road closed on his way to church. He also reportedly sold his car to a junkyard the day following the crash. He tells police he did it because it would have cost too much to get it fixed and he wanted something new. Police were able to identify the car that hit Johnson due to parts of the car being at the scene. They associated the parts to a 2010 black Ford Taurus. They were able to track it down by using video footage and a flock camera. Martinez admitting to police that he hit something in the area where Johnson was found, but claimed it was a trash can. They learned the car was registered to Enrique Bejarano Martinez, who lived less than a mile away from the time of the crash. Martinez then moved to Indianapolis 2 weeks later, which he says was for a job opportunity. Court documents stating Enrique stated that he moved to Indiana for a higher paying job. Enrique was asked when he applied for the job, and he stated June 14th, 2026, 10 days after he had moved out of the residence on M152. And according to the documents, if the bond for Martinez is posted, a detainer with ICE would be placed, meaning he could be deported before this case is even completed. This new information comes less than a week from Johnson's family calling for answers in a press conference. Johnson's family tells me Timothy was loving, kind, and loyal, and that he will deeply be missed.
Yeah, so if he wants to leave and we want him to leave, let's make it happen. Yeah, we could do that. Thank you to the raid. Thank you for the 2 raids. I had a dual raid come in over there from on the Rumbles from Dan Clancy and from Shorty 7081. Thank you so much for the 2 raids over on the Rumble. If you guys are new here, coming over, please make sure you follow the channel. You know, comment, talking to chat, stuff like that, good stuff. And If anybody here on Rumble hasn't subscribed to either Dan or Shorty, which is Gina from Third Ratify, go ahead and sub up to them or follow them, take care of all that stuff. We say all that crap to Portable Chipper. What's taking so long? That's right. That's what I say. So, I don't know. I think Bella might have, no, is she laying down now? All right. And she might have to go out. So I got a video lined up if she got to go out. Airfare is cheaper than a trial. Good night, fam. Stay safe. You too, Jennifer. Thank you for being here. Save taxpayer money to port. Well, we should do something first. Ameriqua, what's up? Great to see you. I want to see if there's any information about him. So he ran over this guy. Is there any more information? So the victim's family believes it wasn't a hit and run. Oh, that's right. I saw this case. The family thinks that it was a white supremacist that ran him over, and they're just covering it up. They were justice for this guy. Yeah, so.
Martinez car being.
Oh, we saw this already. So, yeah. So the family demands answered after hit and run. They don't believe the illegal alien killed them. The family says it's got to be white racists. But little do they know that they classified him as white anyway. So the guy who ran him over. So Fairfax, Virginia, illegal alien arrested for attempted abduction. Captured, but Fairfax, sex predator is illegal alien, armed robber, drug dealer, freed by Fairfax, Soros DA Steve Discano. Armed robbery charge dropped to disorderly conduct. So he dropped an armed robbery to disorderly conduct and dismissed as the disposition for a plea deal. And they got him as white, too. So that's what they're doing. An armed robbery, they classify it as disorderly conduct and then just release him. It's crazy. It's crazy. No. White supremacists thinking more something to do with drugs. Yeah, well, that's what the family thinks. It had to have been a white guy. Because something about the guy, he was dating a white girl or something, so it had to have been their family. I don't want to really get into it, but that's what they said. You can't believe this, though. People who live here in Florida know, but it's not just the elderly and snowbirds on the way to pick up a boat. We stopped at the last Walmart on the way to the Keys. Only one person spoke English. Right. Buy some meat from King of Biltong. Use promo code Jim. Save 10%. www.biltogusa.com. The 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts. Miami-Dade, man of detainer arrested for a violent crime spree. Last week, Alejandro Martinez was arrested for a crime spree that included attempted murder, carjacking, armed robbery, and more. Police say he targeted victims who were harmless, old, and frail. Oh, I thought it said homeless. He looks like his nose is a little crooked. Wow. White male. I mean, I can understand that one, kind of. Minnesota, illegal alien arrest for murder of a gay man. Oh, wow. Man charged with murder of unwanted sexual advances is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member. The paperwork comes with default checkboxes. Yeah, it does. Another illegal alien with CDL hit and killed a Pennsylvania state trooper the other day. He was performing a stop. Yeah. It's Wood Chipper Wednesday. You'll bring the popcorn and the soda. That's awesome. The state of massive two shits gave the illegal a CDL. So Officer Omar Andro Ramos Castro told police through a Spanish translator that Gabriel Perez grabbed his genitals, so he became enraged and stabbed him. Confirmed illegal alien kills gay man in St. Paul. Suffolk County, New York, legal alien arrested for the rape of a 16-year-old girl. Look at this guy. Illegal alien and Salvadoran national Antonio Melendez Reyes has been indicted for the rape and accused of sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl as she walked home. Melendez-Reyes allegedly repeatedly asked the girl for her number, which she refused. Melendez-Reyes then allegedly forced the girl down an alley where he sexually assaulted her. I mean, look at that face. Here's the media coverage.
Well, disturbing new details about the rape of a 16-year-old girl in Huntington. Antonio Melendez-Reyes, who prosecutors say is in this country illegally, has just been indicted on criminal charges. Prosecutors say he forced a teen down an alley on New York Avenue and sexually assaulted her on June 6th. They say the victim was walking home at the time and had refused to give Reyes her number. She was able to escape by climbing a fence. She then called police. Well, disturbing new details.
Interesting. Johnson County, Kansas. Legal alien sentence for woman's murder. Homeland Security investigation, Kansas City agents led to a 20-year homicide case being closed and a convicted murderer brought to justice. Angel Maria Herrera, 43, an illegal alien from El Salvador, was sentenced to 50 years in prison for the 2005 murder of Maria Morfin in Lenaxa, Kansas. Wood chipper's too messy. I recommend a metal shredder into a wood chipper, into a paper shredder, into a pool of piranhas. Oh yeah, that would work. That's like recycling. You know, everything goes back to nature. How old? F that guy. Get the Haitian to use his machete. There you go. Known as a hard 50, is considered a life sentence. Herrera fled the United States following the crime, but was later found in El Salvador and extradited to the United States. Kansas City agents organized and coordinated 2 witnesses traveled to the United States to testify against Herrera. Justice transcends time and distance. Got this guy. They should jail him in CCOT. Yeah. That's upcycling. Okay. Shark feeding contest is more environmentally friendly. It could be. We got lots of alligators down here in Florida. Gators need to eat too. Elkhart County, Indiana, man, a detainer arrested for rape of a 14-year-old. In May, Oscar Adrian Vera Valencia was arrested for multiple charges of sexual misconduct with a minor. It hasn't rained in Joshua Tree in months, maybe over a year. Sounds like opening morning of dove season here. Yeah, gators need to eat too. He's on an immigration detainer hold. It is reported that Vera Valencia is accused of raping a 14-year-old girl more than 20 times over a month after the girl's father had allowed him to move into their home following Vera Valencia's divorce. Hey, what's up, Flago? How you doing? Great to see you. And it says here he's white male, Hispanic. He's like George Zimmerman, a white Hispanic. Gotta do something about all these whites, man, and rapes. Like this is where all these stats come from, people. Fathers should be charged too. This is where the stats come from. This is why we come up with the stats. Oh, look at these whites. This is where they come from. Just saying. Palm Beach, Florida, a legal alien accused of fathering a child with a teen. On Monday, illegal alien Carlos Adan Ramirez Melchor. Wasn't that the bad guy's name in like Lord of the Rings? Like not like the original bad guy in the Silmarillion, whatever it was. So J.R.R. Tolkien, wasn't it Melkor? Was arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior, victim 12 to 16, and cruelty to a child. His neck is fatter than his head. Courtroom 1, gun club. What's that mean? Oh, that's weird. And he's another white male, lewd and lascivious battery of a child. Carlos Adan Ramirez Melchor. Just keeps happening. If he's white, he can't have a job or food stamps. Yeah. I don't understand how they get away with this. Douglas County, Nebraska. Illegal alien arrested for White House terror plot. Oh, what? You people don't understand. You people understand that most of these guys come from places that consider 14 old enough. Those guys legit don't think they did anything wrong. No, I know. That's why we have a problem when we allowed them to come here. You know, like that's why they let them in England. They're letting them go and saying, well, it's a cultural thing. They didn't know any better. We'll just let them go. That's what they were doing. They've done it. They tried to do it with the Somali guy, the smelly guy up in Minnesota. They tried to have the mosque and all these people go to bat for him to tell him that, no, you can't arrest this guy for that. They think it's fine. So DHS confirms that the suspected ringleader in the failed terror plot targeting UFC Freedom 250 at the White House was a DACA recipient, Mexican illegal immigrant who overstayed a B-2 visitor's visa. Abraham Hermosillo Alvarez was arrested by the FBI in Omaha, Nebraska on June 14th. Investigators say Alvarez, who allegedly used the alias Shepard, planned, organized, and directed the plot, which targeted government officials and attendees at Sunday's event. Federal authorities allege Alvarez detailed the attack in an encrypted group chat. Paid bias, yes. DeSantis wants to run as president, and his state allows this shit. Well, this isn't. That was in Florida. Federal authorities allege that they were going to discuss using counter snipers and stuff. 4 additional suspects were arrested in Ohio, Missouri, and California. DHS says Alvarez entered the United States on a B-2 visa and remained after it expired. Obama granted him DACA status in 2014. A legal alien from Mexico should have never been allowed in the country. Yeah, he looks happy. This is what my problem with the liberals is. Are they too stupid to understand that they are not in those countries? They want to believe like they are. They need to go back where they allow it. Unfortunately. This is your legacy, Obama. Campbell County, Tennessee, illegal alien arrested for a woman's murder. Tennessee illegal alien fugitive Alejandro Mancera Canchola has been arrested for attempted murder for the 2024 slashing of a woman's throat in front of her child. Mancera Canchola allegedly fled the scene in Campbell County and been wanted ever since. Yesterday, U.S. Marshals picked him up in Marion County, Indiana, where he's employed by an Indian restaurant, Desi Chawasha, a short foot chase. Mancera Canchola is also wanted in Mexico for the murder of his ex-wife. So this guy's murdered his ex-wife, sliced another woman's throat. And he's here. This is crazy. Media coverage.
U.S. Marshals have arrested a fugitive in Indiana who was wanted out of Campbell County for allegedly slashing a woman's throat nearly 2 years ago. Authorities say Alejandro Canchola is accused of slashing his girlfriend's neck in La Follette in December of 2024 before fleeing the scene. The victim survived after emergency surgery. After well over a year of searching for him, investigators with the Smoky Mountains Fugitive Task Force say leads eventually led them to Indianapolis, where Canchola was found working at a restaurant and living nearby. Marshals say Canchola tried to run when they went to arrest him, but was taken into custody. Law enforcement also says Canchola is wanted in Mexico for the murder of his ex-wife. He is now awaiting extradition back to Tennessee. U.S. Marshals have arrested.
Wow. Joe says, I can tell you stories about my travels to South and Central America. I joke with Jim with the white stuff, but I can't stand those fuckers. Yeah, I agree. Well, everybody, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes, and the goal expired, but we have to add another hour. So Jim's going to add another hour to the goal right now. It sure appears that we are, at this point, very close to adding another hour. That's right. We are currently $55 away from adding a fourth additional hour of the show. So let me start a new goal. We'll do it like this: 10 yellows for 1 hour. No, wrong one. Shit. We are $55 away from a fourth additional hour of the show. There, the goal is started. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take Bella out. I'm gonna pop some real quick. I'm gonna pop a video on of some planes flying, and while I take Bella out real quick for everybody. I'll be right back. All right, Bella's got to go out. Oh.
For the past 73 years, the Thunderbirds have inspired hope.
Be right back. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Nice picture, huh? Happy 4th of July, everybody. Happy Independence Day. We'll get back to the news in 1 second. Let me put Bill's camera back up here. Go. Okay, what is going on here? Extra camera. There we go. Oh. I don't know why. Why didn't why did it happen? Why that was a problem? Here's Bella. She don't know what she's doing. She's over here still messing around looking for something, treats to eat. That's why we're so effective at bombing the crap out of our enemies. They only hear them if they survive after the flyby. Yes. Yeah, I miss anything? P break. Jets are a god break. Yeah. What's this? Future doctor of science is right there. Yeah. So let's go. Let's get back to the news. We did already watch this. U.S. Marshals arrested him, right? We saw this, right?
Arrested a fugitive in Indiana who was wanted out of Campbell County for allegedly slashing a woman's throat nearly 2 years ago. Authorities say Alejandro Canchola is accused of slashing his girlfriend's neck in La Follette in December of 2024 before fleeing the scene. The victim survived after emergency surgery. After well over a year of searching for him, investigators with the Smoky Mountains Fugitive Task Force say leads eventually led them to Indianapolis, where Canchola was found working at a restaurant and living nearby. Marshals say Canchola tried to run when they went to arrest him, but was taken into custody. Law enforcement also says Canchola is wanted in Mexico for the murder of his ex-wife. He is now awaiting extradition back.
Oh, it was a
to
white guy.
Tennessee.
That's right.
U.S.
You're right. Yeah, white guy. Sorry. My bad. Benton County, Arizona, man and detainer arrested for woman's rape. Aiden Garcia Melchor Garcia was arrested for. Wait, what? Didn't we already have a Melchor guy up here? Got another Melchor guy? Is it just a common name? Melchor Garcia was arrested for rape. He has immigration detainer hold. He's accused of raping a woman he met on Facebook after inviting her home to eat ice cream and watch anime. Come to my house, watch ice cream and eat anime. He has a failure to appear warrant. God, this looks like somebody I know. Not that I know personally, but that's somebody I've seen online. I wonder how many teeth this guy's got. He's a white male, of course. Aiden Garcia, Melchor Garcia. Oh. What's anime? That's your question. I didn't specify. Race white, yeah. Miami-Dade, Florida. Man arrested for 2 arson charges. Lazaro Ricardo Prieto was arrested for 2 counts of arson and is accused of starting structure fires at 2 different locations. He has an immigration detainer hold. Prieto was identified as a homeless on court documents, told police that the fires were part of unfinished ritual done because the structures had bad energy. It wasn't pizza casserole. That's a small blessing. Yeah. And it's another white male, black brown hair. Media coverage. Here we go.
28-year-old Lazaro Prieto facing a judge today. He's charged with arson and burglary of an unoccupied structure. Officials say he was arrested for allegedly setting a home on fire in Miami at Southwest 14th Avenue and 10th Street. Investigators say the home was empty and no one was hurt. 28-year-old Lazaro.
No, well, thank God no one was hurt. Thank God no one was hurt. We don't want, Bella, stop chewing your paws. Ah, yes. The U.S. does not classify the ethnicity but race, black, white, or indigenous due to Spanish, European heritage. Hispanics choose white. Good grief, yeah. Davidson County, Tennessee, man and detainer arrested for soccer game stabbing. Wow. Assault with a deadly weapon for stabbing 2 people at a soccer game.
A World Cup watch party turned violent last night in South Nashville. Metro police say a teenager had been arrested for stabbing 2 people inside of their apartment. WSMV's Brennan Tierney has the details that neighbors say are shocking.
A 19-year-old got mad watching soccer, kicked a friend's beer, and then pulled out a knife during a fight late Saturday night. Metro police say he ended up stabbing 2 men inside their apartment.
Crazy to hear that something like that happened over here.
Brandon Winkler lives in the Grove apartment complex along Edmondson Pike. He walks his dog right past the woods where Metro police say they found Oscar Romero hiding after the attack.
It's really sad to hear, honestly. I hope everyone's doing okay, but that is really tragic, especially over a soccer game. Like, there's no need for it to come to that kind of thing.
Romero was arrested on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charges and is being held in jail by ICE for the felonies.
Don't need someone like that, I guess, around this neighborhood.
A World Cup watch party turned violent last night in South Nashville. Metro Police say a teenager had been.
Okay. That's crazy. So. Welcome to Nashville. Yeah. Knox County, Tennessee, man and detainer arrested for deadly hit and run. Anderson Joshuan Perdomo Escobar was arrested for leaving the scene of an accident. Partial justice. San Francisco jury convicts 7 radicals. Oh, really? I'd like to see that. I like to see that stuff. Trying to move a couple tabs around right now is all. Get them where I need them to be. All right, there we go. Much better now. Much better now. Perdomo was arrested for leaving the scene of the accident. He's accused of hitting and killing a motorcyclist fleeing the scene and removing his license plate when arriving home. Wow. Date of birth, whatever, felony, 15,000. Yeah, it doesn't say what he is. So, media coverage. Here we go.
Into our newsroom, we now know the man charged with hitting and killing a person on a motorcycle in Knox County. Court records revealed Knox County deputies charged Anderson Perdomo Escobar with leaving the scene of an accident, knowing a person died, tampering with evidence, and driving without a license. The 19-year-old is accused of driving at the intersection of Dutchtown Road and Bob Kirby Road on Thursday night, where police say he hit a person on a motorcycle. Warrants revealed the driver was taken to the hospital where they died. Investigators recovered debris at the scene and say a Nissan Altima was involved in the crash. They say that car was found damaged at Perdomo Escobar's home along Dutchtown Road. Deputies spoke to him, and he admitted to being involved in the crash. He says he left the scene because he was scared. That's according to court records. Video footage from his home showed after the crash, Perdomo Escobar took the license plate off of his car and moved that car to the side of his house. Into our newsroom, we now know the.
Yep. Crazy. Idaho. Illegal alien arrested for deadly car crash. Mike Vasquez was killed in a car crash in Idaho. The drunk driver who sped through a stop sign and crashed into him is Nixon Almacar Ikoy Lix, illegal alien from Guatemala. Mike leaves behind a wife and 3 children who will now grow up without their father. 3 kids are in the hospital with injuries from the crash. How many more innocent Americans have to die? Here's we can support the Vasquez family. Same thing happened to a family I know. The 2 boys were in comas. The girl had broken bones. The driver was illegal drunk, ran away on foot. It's horrible. Mike Vasquez's wife works for an organization that reports illegals in Idaho. How ironic the events here. Mike Vasquez, who was murdered by the DUI Guatemalan illegal, his wife Jackie works for Idaho Organization of Resource Council, to advocate to bring in illegals into Idaho like the one who killed her husband. Oh my God. That's messed up. Oh, I wonder if I wonder how she feels now about doing that work. Wow. That's fucked up. Wow. That is very messed up. A Central American driving drunk, shocker. Yeah. I mean, that's messed up. The wife works for a place that was bringing him there, and that killed her husband. Wow. 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 Flagler County. Man on detained arrest for stabbing a child. Jamaican national Devroy Miller was arrested for aggravated child abuse and is accused of stabbing a child in the thigh and slashing at them with a pair of scissors. You don't say. Miller is described in court documents as the husband of the child's guardian. So, stepfather, husband. Wow. Miami-Dade, man and detainer accused of impregnating a minor. Can we say whichever? Karma? Kinda. That guy looked Jewish to you? Yeah, me too. I saw the little hat. Another white person, definitely. Earlier this month, Benjamin Domingo Garcia was arrested for sexual battery on a minor. He has an immigration detainer hold. Court documents say the victim complained about abdominal pain, was taken to the hospital, where it's found she was pregnant. So he's a white male, sexual battery on a minor by an adult. The victim was transferred to the hospital due to complaints. Wow. What does race W mean in the crime report? Miami-Dade, man and detainer arrested for attempted murder. So he's a black man right here, but Roberto Manuel Moro Diaz. I'm surprised they didn't say white. We saw all these. So. This is illegal aliens have free reign in Fairfax, Virginia. AFL has uncovered documents showing that Fairfax has refused to honor hundreds of ICE detainers. Look at all these detainers they refuse to honor. Not relayed to ICE. Look at all these 33, 46, 41 every month. DHS has provided Border Hawk with the following immigration background on Michael Baughan, a Haitian illegal alien truck driver charged with killing a Pennsylvania state trooper on Wednesday morning. Wow. Hey, Star Wars Marvel purist, great to have you here. Gotta love triggering your communist neighbors at 11:45. It's Independence Day and falls on a weekend. You Karens, let freedom ring. That's right. He's a Slavic white man. That's what I said. You can trust that guy for sure, definitely. Based on this segment, if we just deported all the white guys out of the country, crime would disappear. Got it. Yeah. That's what we need to do. We need to do something about all these white people. What's happened in Miami-Dade are there's no charter flights to get these pieces of shit out. There's an air base in Miami, Tamalaki, Apalaka. There's plenty of airports. What's the problem? Yeah, I don't know. Get them out. So they Customs and Border admitted Bone in 2024 at Fort Lauderdale International Airport on the CHNV parole program. He filed for temporary protected status under Biden. TPS was never granted. They issued him a notice of termination of parole, but he never left. He just remained here. Oh, yes. Pennsylvania State Police arrested Bond and charged him with homicide by a vehicle. So that's what they did is like Biden was giving people these paroles and then it just let them able to get jobs. It basically was like, go work. And so they were able to get CDLs and drive these trucks. Race in a crime report means hide black, brown, Hispanic crime, make percentage by crimes by white higher than others. Oh, I don't know. I just think it's laziness, a lot of it. And it's also people do it to try to just subvert the truth, to try to like muddy the waters. The sanctuary state of massive two shits issued Bone his commercial driver's license would be renewed in February 2026, despite being in the U.S. illegally.
Michael, anything you want to say tonight? Any comment?
Stand up. 3, 2, 1, full check. I'm gonna lift your leg.
Weird, he wasn't making any of those noises until he got over by the camera and saw there was a camera there. That was very odd, wasn't it? He wasn't in any pain until he got over by the camera. That's weird.
Anything you want to say before you go?
Pennsylvania State Trooper was killed during a commercial vehicle inspection. Wow. Unconfirmed, but his Facebook post. Oh. The wise Haitian Bond. Oh, yeah. Is there like there's not a news story talking about this? I don't get it. Why? Just like don't care? Look at the crash. Wow. Man. Here's the illegal alien truck driver killed the state trooper. Wow. We are blown away to sponsor appeal to help the Angel family lost a husband to illegal alien crime. Oh. A former Franklin soccer coach was sentenced to 30 years after pleading guilty to child exploitation and immigration offenses. Wow, this guy. Wow. Wow. Enjoy the 4th, everybody. ICE is watching. We used to tar and feather judges too, just saying. Hey, used to. Must be a soccer player. Yeah. The weight of the public eye can be painful for some. It can. In others, it's just right. It's what they need. It's what do they need? Is what do they need? They need. All right. Let's start doing this here. So, DeSantis confirms Florida will execute child rapists and take the fight all the way to the Supreme Court. It's like the statistics for violent gun death. They include suicides. You can't trust statistics these days. No, you can't. But more people die in Europe from, or I think England, or like a lot of those countries, they die from heat than die from guns in the U.S. Man, Bella moved again. What are you doing, Bella? I think Bella's a little high still, or something, like a little still intoxicated. So I want to remind everybody, man, we are about 37 minutes away from the goal expiring. We are $55 away from adding another hour. So if we get that 55 in the next 40 minutes, we'll add another hour. Bring back old Sparky. Yes.
Raping a 10-year-old girl, you will get the death penalty in Florida.
Yeah, I signed that in the law a few years ago. Yeah. We believe in death penalty for pedophiles. The Supreme Court said you couldn't do that 10, 15 years ago. We're challenging that. I think this court would let us do it, and it's an appropriate punishment for some of the worst criminals we have.
Yeah. Governor.
Wow. Yeah, so DeSantis remarks comes as Florida continues to enforce its law, making sex abuse of a child under 12 a capital offense. May State Attorney Bill Gladstone announced he's seeking a death penalty for a 41-year-old Schubert Naragava Marakat for ongoing long-term sexual abuse of a child under 12. That's good. Get him. She is, but I've been watching her. She had some REM sleep, which eased my mind. Yeah, she did. And more people in India die of diarrhea than Euros die of heat. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. So that's good. They're going to start killing them in Florida. That's good. Partial justice in San Francisco. Jury convicts 7 radical pro-Hamas protesters who shut down the Golden Gate Bridge, but deadlocks on felony conspiracy charge and classic display of Democrat leniency. Mama Pill says, Happy Independence Day, Joe. I was lucky enough to leave my commie state and see some real people during the fireworks. That's awesome. After more than 2 years, a San Francisco jury finally delivered some accountability to the 7 radical anti-Israel agitators. No, she's going to keep moving. Bella, what are you doing? What are you doing? The jury convicted each of the 7 of 6 misdemeanor counts, including false imprisonment, obstruction of a thoroughfare, unlawful assembly. However, in a move that shocked no one familiar with the two-tier justice system in Democrat cities, the jury deadlocked on the more serious felony conspiracy charge. A mistrial was declared in that count and 1 additional misdemeanor trespass charge. Jurors initially said they were hopelessly deadlocked on a few of the counts before the judge sent them to deliberate further. But 11-1 against guilt for trespassing. What? 10-2 in favor of guilt for conspiracy, but 11-1 to guilt. Oh, wow. As the judge thanked the jury, she noted that sometimes we question the role of law, but, it works, right? It works, and you're living proof it can work. Whatever. The speech led to rounds of coughs and throat clearing from the courtroom audience, which was nearly uniform in favor of the defendants. In the hallway outside, immediately, supporters of the protesters filled the hallway with chants, "No justice, no peace, shame, and free Palestine." These same radicals, part of the so-called A-15 Global Day of Disruption, chained themselves to barrels, blocked all lanes of the Golden Gate Bridge, and held banners screaming, "Stop the world for Gaza now," while snarling travel for miles into Marin County. You can add 15 from locals? Oh, really? Let me see. Yes, right there, 2 minutes ago, $15. Thank you so much, Neuro. Awesome. So that means we are now just 40 away, folks. Just $40 away. 40 away from a 4th additional hour. This is going good. 26 million illegals are granted the freedom to violate our laws, the same laws they would not violate in their country. Oh, I think there's more than that. I think there's 80, 90, 100 million in the country. Really do. We also reported outrageous initial release of more than 24 of these anti-Israel radicals with no charges at the time. We noted it's a good thing these people weren't Trump supporters or pro-life people peacefully praying. They might have been in real trouble. Thank you so much, Neural. DA's office had to send the case back for more investigation after public pressure mounted. Now, after all this time, the system has produced only misdemeanor convictions for false imprisoning American citizens on a major bridge. I'm in Virginia, demon crap state, demon crap. Yeah. But most people in my town are Republican. Plenty of fireworks popping off. Yeah. Bronca and Vivino agreed on at least 100 million. Yeah. Well. Check this out. American LGBTQ cruise banned from docking in Turkey. Yes, they don't want any gays docking in Turkey. And if you don't Google gays docking, do not Google that. Do not Google gays docking. Don't Google that. Should have tossed them at the time they blocked the bridge. Yeah, just tossed them off. Turkish authorities say it's absolutely out of the question for that group to come into our province with an organization of the specified nature. Turkey has barred American LGBTQ crews from docking at one of its ports, citing moral standards and family values. The Mediterranean Athens to Venice cruise is scheduled to depart on July 5th, was expected to stop in Turkey as part of its destinations. However, the Turkish authorities canceled the planned stop after determining the cruise ship was chartered by groups known for behaviors incompatible with the fabric of our society and moral values. Yeah. Good luck to them for thinking Muslims like them. Yeah, they don't. The cruise ship Scarlet Lady is owned by cruise line Virgin Voyages, and the voyage is organized by Atlantis Events. Following Turkey's decision, the cruise itinerary has been revised to replace its stop in Turkey to visits in Cairo, Egypt, and the Isle of Crete. So Cairo's going to be cool with it? Egypt? It's pretty stunning, to be honest. I mean, the reason behind it is it's a gay group. The president of them said, "It's very concerning to me when a country decides they can pick and choose which tourists are allowed in and which are not." What fucking planet are these people on? Countries can totally pick and choose who they want in. Are these people all like, Turkey's been increasingly restrictive towards LGBTQ events over the past decade under President Tayyip Erdogan's AK party. Pride marches have been banned since 2015. On its website, Atlantis Events describes the 10-day cruise as an epic adventure and allows great friends to visit the Mediterranean. Turkish authorities in the Aydin province, where the ship was supposed to port, said it is absolutely out of the question. It's out of the question. They're not coming here. The organization planned by groups known for behaviors that do not align with the structure of our society and the moral values of our country. They were planning to do docking there. They don't want any docking. Turkey does not want any gay docking happening. The canceled voyage in question consists of an individual organization that has no connection whatsoever to other voyages organized to our province's port. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is great news. A black woman wins the Ben Franklin lookalike contest in Philadelphia. Yes, a black woman won the Ben Franklin lookalike contest in Philadelphia. I love cosplay. I love dressing up. And I already had this costume, so I just wanted to come and show everybody that I made because I like to sew. It's one of my first costumes. I mean, I guess was Ben Franklin. I guess Ben Franklin was black. I don't know. A black woman was named the winner of the Benjamin Franklin lookalike contest in Philadelphia on Friday. Yeah, I am a citizen of the world. Your borders mean nothing to me. Yeah, try that in one of those countries. See what happens. Try that in Turkey or Iran or Iraq or Syria or Afghanistan. Yeah. Dozens of participants dressed as the founding fathers gathered at Independence Hall on the eve of Independence Day wearing powdered wigs, bifocals, and 18th century style clothing. Contestants each paid $1 to enter, and the winner received the prize money pool. Oh, that's interesting. It was a prize. It's a very nice prize. Doesn't that count as whiteface? I don't know. You would think so, right? Spitting image for sure. Or is the right term splitting image? I never know. I never know. It's a costume. Colonial is not rocket science. Yeah. Jim, did you take history in school or civics? You didn't know Benji was black? I don't know. I guess. Learn something new every day. All right. That will be next. There's something about chubby and bald that just, I don't know. The French like it, and it seems so does the Philadelphians. The guy who crowned the winner. Chubby and bald? Speaking of Ben, and it's awesome. The contest was won by Philadelphia resident Kaya Burgess, who accepted a prize while surrounded by fellow contestants dressed like Benjamin Franklin with a kite in her hand. She was declared the winner. She probably turned white like Michael Jackson. Yeah, maybe. Hitler was black, duh. The only reason I'm laughing is I'm tired of the nitpicking cultural appropriation. We can't, they can. Yeah, well.
I love cosplay. I love dressing up, and I already had this costume.
Yeah, it looks just like Ben Franklin, doesn't it? I mean, look at the person that's holding their hand up. That looks more like Ben Franklin. I mean, how do you call it a lookalike contest? Doesn't look anything like Ben Franklin. Yeah, DEI winner. Yeah, it's the DEI. It's DEI. Didn't earn it.
Already had this costume, so I just wanted to come and show everyone, what I made because I like to sew, and This is one of my first costumes. Why do you think you won today? I don't know. I think.
Why do you think you won today? I don't know. I don't know. Let her have some fun for the day. It's no problem. I don't care. I mean, her costume is better than a lot of the other people. I'll give her that. If you look around at some of these other people, her costume is a lot better. But okay, we have lost our minds, or we are a retarded country. Yeah. Looks just like that $100 bill in my wallet. Yeah. More like the 20 that never got made.
It's because of the wig. Like, the wig is very curly. I think it's also just like because I made it. I don't know though. I was so unexpected. I was not expecting to win.
Not expecting to win. That's awesome. Oh. So victory was met with raised eyebrows from users on social media, however, who pointed out that obvious fact the winner didn't resemble the founding father. The choice was either humor or political correctness. Oh, yeah. Well, here's this. Excuse me, sir, aren't you Benjamin Franklin? And he goes, yes, I am. And also hot and thirsty. Imagine harder. Yeah, I'm going to try it. Franklin must have had man boobs. Could be. Could be. Cultural appropriation. It definitely. That can be kind of office humor. The contestants are the people in your office, and none of them look like Ben, but you're just going to have fun. Yeah, it could be. Sure. But that's not a lookalike contest, is it? Is that a lookalike contest then? Or is that some other kind of contest? I don't know. I really don't. I don't have many answers tonight. Ben had large breasts. He liked them. I know that. Kash Patel announces 305 arrests and 24 children recovered in a major Chicago federal operation. But if she didn't win, would she say it was racist? Maybe. You know. Franklin was quite fond of ladies of the night. Yes, he was. Federal law enforcement authorities say a large-scale multi-agency crackdown in the Chicago area has led to more than 300 arrests and the recovery of dozens of missing children. What do DEI look like? I don't know. I don't know, Charles. Something. 300 arrests, recovery of dozens of missing children over a 60-day period. Patel described the initiative known as Operation New Dawn. Was she the only contestant? No, there was a bunch of contestants. New Dawn represents a massive multi-federal agency program targeting violent crime and drug trafficking and child exploitation. It represents a whole of government approach under President Trump's new leadership. He added the operation involved 11 federal agencies working jointly over 2 months, resulting in 305 arrests and recovery of 24 children, many of whom were reported missing or kidnapped. Patel said suspects were charged in connection with robbery, kidnapping, drug trafficking, and child exploitation. Exploitation. That's right. Exploitation. There was a sweeping operation in Chicago that brought together 11 agencies. He also said the efforts reflect a broader enforcement strategy, the success of this op, and more to come through initiatives like Summer Heat 2.0. Jack End Off can't be real. Where do you see that? Where'd you see that name? Where'd you see that name? They've got a long, sharp, pointy. Okay. Ben had gout. Okay. He also said efforts reflect a broader enforcement strategy. According to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, the office said additional arrests include suspects tied to gun trafficking and immigration violations. Officials describe the operation as badgeless, saying agencies operated under the banner of the United States flag as opposed to the shield of any agency. U.S. Attorney Andres Boutros said an operation reflects a new enforcement approach to combat violence. Yes. ATF Special Agent in charge, Christopher Amon, said law enforcement is always and always will be a team sport. DEA said the operation targeted drug networks linked to violence. Authorities said the operation began May 1st and so far resulted in 179 federal defendants charged across 140 cases. Good. Michael Dell celebrates America's 250th birthday with a gift to seed America's dream for millions of kids. I didn't know this was going to be such a long commercial. Jesus. What are you doing to me here, commercials? Independence Day announcement, tech billionaire Michael Dell, who Dell Computers and his wife Susan unveiled a public-private partnership aimed at giving millions of young Americans a direct financial stake in a nation's economy. Wow. I do want to see this. It's better be about this.
We were just talking about President Trump in the Roosevelt Room. Just a while ago, he said, quote, potential Federal Reserve Chair is here. Okay, potential Federal Reserve Chairman is here. All right, so the person who is there is Kevin Hassett standing in there. That is, of course.
Wait, this is old. Dell CEO took to X on Saturday to announce they're giving $250 each to the first 25 million qualifying American kids who sign up for Trump accounts. Oh, the sponsor of the contest name was that? Jack Indoff? That sounds fake. This makes every child a shareholder in the greatest prosperity creating engine the world has ever known. So they're giving 25 million kids $250. That's a lot of money. That's 250 times 25 million. It's like 5 billion, something like that, right? I think. Or 50 billion. It's a lot of money. Help build lasting wealth. Eligible children can receive up to $1,000, and you can contribute up to 5,000. Parents, relatives, and friends can contribute to help support a kid's future. The Trumpenwaffen has been formed. Maybe. The announcement coincides with the official 4th of July launch of Trump accounts, a provision of new tax legislation designed to give young Americans a financial head start. Under the program, which was announced 1 year ago, every U.S. citizen born between January 1st and December 30, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 is eligible to receive a $1,000 government-provided baseline investment upon enrollment. Wow. Parents can register their children for the program when filing their taxes, acting as a sole custodian of their account until the child turns 18. Although personal contributions are required, parents can opt to deposit up to $5,000 per year, which is then invested directly in American companies in the stock market. So they control the accounts. You don't control the accounts. President Trump projected a program to put $3 to $4 trillion in wealth in the hands of young Americans over the next 15 years. From decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. Dell, who previously pledged more than $6 billion to the program, said the initiative unites us all in hope and optimism. So it's $6 billion. That's what I said, like $5 billion, I think. $6 billion. Combined launch of the government initiative and Dell's private contribution has drawn widespread praise. Ted Cruz lauded the effort on Saturday as an extraordinary birthday gift to celebrate the greatest nation in the history of the world. Very interesting. Well, that's cool. Michael Dell, nice job. Breaking news. Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, has been charged in a hit-and-run crash. Wasn't there something about this before with a hit-and-run with him? Or is this the same story? Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, was charged with a hit-and-run car crash in Napa. The crash happened on Friday afternoon. So this is another one. So this was like a couple of years ago, remember, before the whole hammering thing where he got a crash. Paul Pelosi, the husband of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, is under investigation for being involved in a hit-and-run crash in Uinteville, according to the Napa County Sheriff's. It's free money. It's not free money. It's money. It's people set up these accounts for kids like an investment thing for schooling and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure. And it's coming from like private donations and stuff. Authorities say Pelosi was driving a brown convertible when he crashed into an unoccupied parked car. It sounds like this is like deja vu. Didn't this exact thing happen a couple of years ago with him? Oh, tax-free ish, yeah. Dell is not that nice. They have a contract with the Army. All of our PCs are Dells. This is a new story for sure. The last one was him crashing into a Porsche with a woman not named Nancy. Okay. The hammering person may have been the other unnamed friend in the car. Pelosi's case. Okay. Authorities say Pelosi was driving a brown convertible when he crashed into a parked car. Trump and Waffen sounds like waffles are involved. Yeah. Witness told deputies the driver who caused the crash briefly stopped and then drove away. Deputies soon saw a CHP patrol vehicle parked behind a brown convertible that was partially blocking the roadway on Uinteville Cross Road. Deputies said Pelosi was behind the wheel of the convertible. There was a significant damage to the right front part of his car. Pelosi admitted to hitting something, but said he did not know what he had hit, so he kept driving. He drove until his car became disabled and was no longer able to continue. Oh, he's got problems. Nothing's going to happen to him. Pelosi's got too much pull in California, I think, at this point. Still. This is the second time Pelosi's been involved in a car crash in the last few years. May 2022, Paul Pelosi was hit with 3 years probation after drunkenly crashing into a Jeep. So he just got off his probation. Previously reported, according to court documents, Paul Pelosi slurred his speech and had a drug in his system during his drunk driving arrest in May 28, 2022. Mr. Pelosi also handed the arresting officers an $11.99 foundation card along with his ID to show he supports police officers. Yeah, strip him of his DL. That's what they should happen. Pelosi had red, watery eyes and unstable on his feet, had strong odor of alcohol beverages emanating from his breath. According to a report, Pelosi pulled out onto S-29 to cross it, ignoring a stop sign, and was struck by Jesus Lopez, who was driving a 2014 Jeep. Lopez was reportedly traveling northbound. The Jeep sustained major collision. 3 years are up. It's time to run over someone else. That's what it sounds like. He can afford a personal driver full time, but he drives drunk. Yeah. How does either Pelosi get out of their house without security? I don't know, man. They sneak out. They sneak out somehow. Here's that story about this guy. Jim tells you the man is tied to a crime ring of 5 families in California, most dealing in heroin decades ago. That's why Nancy was supported to be in the Senate. Illegal immigrant truck driver from Haiti charged in crash and killed PA trooper. We saw some of this, but I was looking for the warrant. So a commercial truck driver charged in crash and killed Pennsylvania state trooper has been identified as a legal alien from Haiti. Wow. Wow. Homeland Security also said that Massachusetts gave Bond a driver's license. Why is Pelosi in a house? She belongs in a insane asylum. Yeah. Pelosi was under the influence of PrEP, Viagra, and Valtrex. Oh my God. Pennsylvania State Trooper Michael Pajera Jr.'s death is horrific in a tragic accident. Oh, terrible tragedy. I'm sorry. We mourn him, and our thoughts go with his loved ones and fellow troopers. Yeah, in a jail is where they belong. In jail. The non-domiciled CDL program is a federal program. The individual is ruled eligible based on Trump administration database and allowed to drive by federal law and Trump administration policies, is what some spokesperson says for the something motor vehicles for Massachusetts. I don't know. He applied to renew his license in February, which was approved again. The Trump administration implemented a directive 1 month later, instructed states not to renew or issue CDLs to non-domiciled drivers. 7 massive 2-shit state troopers were on are on trial for trading CDLs for personal favors. Wow. The RMV relies on the federal SAVE database to determine whether someone's eligible to work in the United States. When Bond applied in 2025 and 2026, he was listed as eligible. That's a fucking problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. Muslim Texas nurse fired after posting TikTok videos suggesting she would not treat patients if they watch Fox News. Non-domiciled CDL. What kind of bullshit is that? It's a way to get illegal aliens CDLs. People that are like don't live here. That's the problem. That's how they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. America 250 is going down in history. Happy Independence Day. That's right, Ken Krause. Thank you for being here. Pelosi has been part of a long march in North America longer than many viewers have been alive. Yeah, marching us off the cliff. A Muslim nurse named Ahlam was fired after posting a TikTok video suggesting she would not treat patients if they watch Fox News. Lived with TikTok, exposed the nurse, posted her TikTok and X, and tagged her employer. The nurse posted a video of herself piecing out and refusing to treat her patients based on their political views. When I walk in a patient's room and Fox News is blasting, I just leave the room. Bye. When I walk in my patient's room and Fox News is blasting, I just go by. Oh. Well. Can we kick her out of the country? They're aware of the social media posts and are conducting an investigation. Later on Thursday, the Muslim nurse was terminated. On Thursday afternoon, UTMB learned a social media post made by a contract employee. So probably here on a visa, contract employee. Just saying. We have to fight like they did 250 years ago. We're going to lose this great nation. That's right. You saw that about Fox, the News and Fox viewers. Yeah, I don't even understand. Fox viewers are not like Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Yeah. I can't believe the Sikh driver in California, illegal, who killed another person while driving another semi for Target. Are you serious? The same guy? Get the fuck out of here. Seriously, Jonathan? You got a link for that? The same one? How is he driving still? KPT says, to all our servicemen and women out there, past and present, thank you for your service. I pray this country is treating you well. Yes, we hope they are. We hope they are. We hope that they are. If they are non-domiciled, they don't fill the requirements of the domicile rule of the 14th. Well, according to the Supreme Court, that's not a rule anymore. They don't follow the laws, Jim. So, yeah, so they fired this lady. Got this story. A German World Cup fan breaks down on live TV after realizing the anti-American propaganda he was fed was complete garbage. Kindness from American stranger changes his views of the U.S. How is he still driving? Apparently not very well. Thanks, Tony. Thanks. I appreciate that. They just put him in a truck. The enforcement may just suck. The illegal aliens had more fireworks than the city. Probably. Good show. You're shutting down. All right, Steve. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. KPT says, I found $10 for a rally. Can you all help? Going to PayPal now. Got a few minutes left here. Got a few minutes. We might be able to make it. Might be able to make a rally. Oh. Well. Thank you for the live streams, Jim. Have a nice night, mods and chatters. Thanks, KK. Well, guess what, folks?
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure. Tactical assessment.
Sorry. Yes, Christine. Christine donated. Christine Doer donated $45 on Cash App. So she covered the next hour. She got it done. So right now that means we're 95 away from a 5th additional hour. Thank you to everybody so much. Oh, snap. We rallied. Yeah, well, someone rallied. Oh, I'll hold you to it. Charles says he's going to put in 10. Yes. Christine beat you. Yeah. Thank you, Christine. Yes. New York City has fallen with all the fake people. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Here's a soccer fan. Let's see this video.
Sorry, sir. It makes you teary. Why? Help us understand. Why is it so impactful to you?
Sebastian Krauts never imagined his trip to America would be so emotional.
Yeah. No, you're human. Happy tears.
In just a few weeks being here,
I fall in love with this country, and this was so emotional. I even cried in the stadium.
It's a huge departure from what he was expecting before traveling to follow the German soccer team in its World Cup run.
To be honest, I was a bit scared or had the fear to travel to the United States. News about shootings and criminals and that the country is not safe.
Bob takes us home. It's great. America is great.
Sebastian met a group of strangers who offered him a ride to his hotel.
What is the best city?
Boston. That's Bob Series and his family, New Englanders who showed a group of Germans that Boston is warmer than some might believe.
Bob, thank you. Love USA.
Enjoy your time in the U.S. To me, I watched the video by myself maybe 40 times. I had tears in my eyes.
Sebastian was more upset about the prospect of leaving America than Germany being eliminated from the tournament. That kindness he experienced is also what many locals and transplants have lived as well.
I loved living here. I thought the people were always so kind.
People here are very polite. The World Cup just made it easier for folks to see.
I certainly talk to a lot more strangers than I normally do.
And you think it's because of the World Cup?
I do.
Americans are not rude, Germans are not rude. If we are together, we can achieve great things.
Sebastian's going to be sticking around for a little longer. He's going to spend the 4th of July in Washington, D.C. Then he goes back home to Germany to his family and friends. He's going to be telling them all about our country. And as for our Good Samaritan Bob, I spoke with him over the phone. He says that he's just trying to pay back all the kindness that he received when he traveled the world. And he agrees New England and Boston are actually a friendly place. Reporting from Boston, Oscar Margain, NBC 10 Boston.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? That's great. Look at this. Charles goes, I'm a man of my word. Here's 10. Thank you, Charles. Oh, so that means now we are just $85 away from adding a 5th additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Charles, and everybody else who was super generous. Yes. My wallet being stolen caused me some problems. I understand. That's cool. Dang, I ain't never stayed up so late. Good thing I won't have to do it again until the tricentennial. Yes. I don't have energy to stay awake. Thanks for a great evening, Jim and everybody. Thank you. He looks like he can assimilate except for his gay love of soccer. Yes. Boston, a friendly place. Yeah. Friendly to people looking to steal. Yes. I love to drop wallets for my entertainment. Yeah. Soccer is a communist infiltration. Could be. Could be. Let's see. Billionaire tech mogul Peter Thiel warns woke AI company Anthropic could rig the 2028 election for the demon rats. What? Good night. God bless. What? Peter Thiel's warning about what? Peter Thiel's warning about what? What? Oh. Wow. Peter Thiel, man, that's crazy. Wow. Billionaire tech mogul Peter Thiel warned that Anthropic could use its technological advantage to influence the 2028 presidential election in favor of the demon rats. I just told the Japanese guy he was Chinese. I think I just started World War III. YouTube is AIDS? Man, don't do that. Don't start World War III. My German neighbors are great and their teenagers are very polite. Yes. Speaking at the Aspen Ideas Festival, I got 500 subs on the line. If you need the content for the next 20 minutes, download Mecha Chameleon and win a round. Good. I got plenty of content. Thiel, who co-founded both PayPal and Palantir, argued the company would be able to completely outwit any efforts by Elon Musk to counter it through X because of its power and technology. Anthropic has declined to comment, referring reporters to previous blog posts on election integrity and political bias. The company's clashed with the Trump administration, which is even designated as a supply chain risk because of the restrictions it wants to place on military programs. CEO Dario Amodei is known as a left-wing leftist. Yes, he's likened President Trump as a feudal warlord. Well, I guess this company needs to be I'm not going to say it. Something needs to happen, though. The TDS phenomenon does somewhat demonstrate how effective the Pavlov's dogs experiments were. You can derail anything by introducing the Trump isotope. Yeah, it's crazy. It is. The billionaire also warned that the Demon Rat Party is moving towards a communist takeover following the string of victories by communist candidates. I think there's going to be a Demon Rat communist takeover of the Democrat Party. The Republican Party doesn't matter that much. It's less important one. When the Democrat Party goes, this country is over. Thiel also criticized Pope Leo's calls for greater international regulation of AI, arguing that such policies would slow American innovation while doing little to restrain China. He said the Pope was effectively working for the Chinese communists. That's right. Peter Thiel said that the Pope is working for the Chinese. Thiel also rejected claims that Palantir operates as part of the federal government's so-called deep state, describing the company's leadership as loyal, dissident type people. Who's handsome says blocked. What's up? Thanks for chumming by, who's handsome. He added that he and Palantir CEO Alex Karp holds a government security clearance. Back in May, it was reported that Thiel, who is worth around $25 billion, had moved his family to Argentina amid growing concern about long-term direction of America. Thiel has not spoken publicly about the move. He said he had to have purchased a sprawling mansion in Buenos Aires and enrolled his children in local schools. I mean, Buenos Aires is beautiful. Just saying. It is. It is quite beautiful, especially this time of year. Look at this story. A Brooklyn dominatrix wraps a client to a New York City lamppost, pours milk on him in public. The Pope has been disappointing. No sugarcoating it. This Catholic is not happy with him. I know, me neither. Oh, crap. I didn't start the new goal. I screwed up. I didn't start the new goal. Damn it. I thought I did. What am I doing? Screwing around, not starting a new goal. We're 85 away from a 5th additional hour. So 10, 1 hour. Paste. Do. Bump, 100. We're 85 away. 85 away from a 5th additional hour. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. I thought you did. I thought I did too, but I didn't. It says I didn't start it. I thought you did. No, I didn't start it. I just started it. Took it another hour or so. Or something like that. I don't like watching on Kick. The lag is unbearable. When you show those, I jump in either TO or Kick. Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Bonus time, just like the World Cup. That's right. That's right. We have bonus time a lot around here. But it all depends on you guys. Whatever you guys want to do, it's up to you. However you guys want to handle it. That's how we roll here. Is that a Brooklyn dominatrix is seen wrapping one of her clients in plastic wrap before pouring gallons of milk on them? Ugh. The Vatican's just a giant bank. The woman identified as Sabine Tato wrapped the man around a lamppost on the corner of Spring and Mott Street. The man reportedly traveled to participate in the interaction, who charges $10,000 for a full day. The man appeared to strip down in his underwear and was wrapped in plastic, with Tato leaving a small breathing hole. Meanwhile, Tato wore a thin bikini top and shorts as she climbed onto a step stool to pour gallons of milk over the man's head. He's one of my subs and traveled in from Maryland. Oh, from Maryland. Go figure. Maryland. He did the mummification scene to please me. He was so happy. She also clarified that after the interaction, the man cleaned up the mess. Some people are concerned or frightened. Some love it. Some laugh. Some want to get involved. But my favorite response is indifference. Everyone needs their daily calcium. I love sculptural aspect of mummification. I love the restriction it imposes on a person being wrapped. Amen, Joe. Yes, I'm a follower of Jesus, not a follower of the Pope. That's right. It said Ting Tong Tay. That's the name, Ting Tong Tay? I don't know. Anyway. This is about the fire. It says, family-owned company prepares to put on the largest fireworks display in history. It's the biggest show we've ever done. So let's see what's up with this.
In D.C., a company called Pyrotechnico will attempt the biggest fireworks show in history, using 5 generations of family know-how to help America say happy birthday with a bang. There are fireworks, and then there's what's in store for Saturday. When the sun goes down in D.C. on Independence Day, the skies are expected to fill with a record-setting 850,000 individual fireworks. A 40-minute spectacle like no one has seen before. What are we looking at here? Are these the ones that go big boom, or the ones that make a pretty crackle?
So the ones here on your right are 5-inch display shells. That's going to go up about 500-600 feet in the air. Break.
Rocco Vitale is the president of Pyrotechnico, the company producing the show.
What makes this fireworks show special in the history of the country, but also the history of your family?
I mean, it's the biggest show we've done. My earliest memories of fireworks displays and doing the 4th of July was here.
They've been planning this year's show since January, using computers to simulate the display. But now it's time for the real thing.
And you can see there's a ton of fireworks out here.
Vitale gave us an exclusive look at his not-so-secret weapons. 8 barges out on the Potomac, each one ready to light up the night sky.
Each firing location has a communication device, and it's all set on GPS. And once the time of the show is put into the system, it goes at that time.
Wow, that's crazy.
Grind catches.
That's crazy. So there are fireworks, and then there's what's in store for Saturday in D.C. We saw it. That's $850,000. The camera couldn't pan to the 2.5 mile high explosions. Okay, $10K for that. I think it was $1,000. It said $1,000 a day, right? I thought you said $1,000 a day, or was it $10K a day for the woman? So when the sun goes down, the skies of Washington will fill with record-setting $850,000 individual fireworks for a 40-minute spectacle. I like the show, so yeah, I thought the show was good. A company called Pyrotechnico will attempt the biggest fireworks show in history, using 5 generations of family know-how and a background in Super Bowls, large music acts to help America celebrate its 250th birthday. I mean, it's the biggest show we've ever done. They've been planning it for a year. Each firing location, according to Freedom 250 organizers, Salute to America, President Trump will deliver remarks at 9:45. It was a lot later than 9:45. At the 200th, they put a laser on the Washington Monument that touched the moon, or so the articles say. Yeah, well, they have lasers on them that touch the moon. They have it all the time because they have mirrors up there that they measure it. They bounce lasers off the moon all the time for 800,000 individual, not dollars. No, $850,000. No, 850,000 individual fireworks. That's right, not $850,000. So 850,000 individual fireworks. Who knows how many millions of dollars this was? My bad. This was millions of dollars, probably. I screwed up. I'm sorry. You're right. Less than a few cruise missiles. I don't know how much money it was. They're not saying how much it costs. It was probably millions. Probably several millions. It was 10,000 for the mummy's milk. Oh my God, that's crazy. Hollywood laser. Yeah, it was a big visible laser. Okay. You're guessing about 15 to 25 million? Yeah, probably. I mean, because I know they had bigger than 5-inch shells. They had 8-inch and probably 10-inch shells. Maybe even bigger than that. So those are very expensive each. But like a case of 5-inch shells was like $200-250 for 18 of them, I think. So they're not cheap. I mean, it's the biggest show we've ever done. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Wait. No. Oh, that's good. All right. Uh-huh. Injunction blocks enforcement of Virginia's assault weapon ban. What's up? 2:31 in the morning over here. Yeah, it's 2:31 in the morning over here too. It's worth it. Yeah, it was a good ass show. I will say that. That's kind of a high where the bar is set at this point. Yeah. Will Sunday be enough to get back to work? I don't know. Good night, Roselle. Thanks for stopping by. I was a little late on. Lancaster County Judge John Martin issued a preliminary injunction on June 25th in the Crump v. Katz complaint. Judge said that Gun Owners of America and Virginia Citizens Defense League did not have standing, but found the individual plaintiff, John Crump, did. What's this? What is this? Anyway. Fireworks stopped around an hour ago. Yeah, not too long ago. So the judge held a gun. Okay, so reaction from gun prohibitionists was swift and continued to be the same boilerplate talking point. Gun violence is going to get worse. Oh my God. Why? How would it get worse from something that wasn't in effect yet? Doesn't make any sense. Legislation was never about public safety. It was political window dressing designed to give the illusion of doing something about crime while systematically dismantling the constitutional rights of law-abiding Virginians. The reality is virtually every standard semi-automatic handgun and rifle in Virginia would have been restricted under a sweeping overreach. That's right. Good thing it was stopped. Good thing it was stopped. Good thing it was stopped. I'm opening some tabs here. All right. We'll see. Got that one. Oh, all right. Got this is a good story. I saw this is a good story. Macy's catches Brooklyn Bridge on fire. Yeah, I already saw that, Doc. We covered that earlier. So, well, I mean, I didn't read the story. I guess I didn't read the story. We just had it like a. Maybe we'll read it. Let's see. If they restrict guns for its dangers and deaths, then they should restrict heat thermostats regulations for some cause. Yeah. PX gun shops on Fort Eustis so iffy on what to do. They pulled all the offending items and locked away until the legal battles finish. Yeah. So California farmer's giving away tons of nectarines that he's not allowed to sell. This guy's giving away over 125,000 pounds of nectarines.
We're doing a fruit giveaway. I'm a farmer here in the valley. I've been growing these white flesh nectarines now for approximately 10 years. And this will now be the second year in a row where I've had some direct interference in the ability of in my ability to market and sell my crop. Have been forced to basically have it all wasted and lost and fall on the ground last year. So this year I decided to give it away instead of just watching it rot on the tree. Back in 2017, I entered a sub-license agreement to grow what they call a proprietary patented variety, or what they told me. I've been growing it ever since. I took them the variety and worked with them, but we had some issues and disagreements in how they were handling the product. So when I left their operation, or when I left their structure and I went elsewhere to sell my product, they sued me in court. I was kind of surprised to even understand how they're trying to force infringement rights, really, as if this variety is patented. It's such a challenge to farm in the first place when you have companies that are just trying to maximize their profit in any way, make sure that farmers they're doing business with are sustainable. Then I feel like this industry is going to go to the big companies and the big ag. There's really not a place or even a spot for a small farmer anymore. When I pulled up with a trailer of fruit, everyone started applauding me, and it was a good feeling. It was a good feeling. You really don't get much celebration as a farmer for all the hard work we do. So to receive that appreciation firsthand and directly was really special.
It might be to save disposal costs if we can't get people to cart it off. I'm skeptical unless there's some reason for a large response. No, this is like there's a lawsuit. He's being sued by the company. Like they basically are trying to screw him over and keep him from selling the fruit. They try to say like we have a patent on that type of fruit and you can't sell it unless you sell it to us or something. So it's like a legal dispute. So thousands of visitors have flocked to Cesar Mora's farm in Central California this week to gather free nectarines. He's giving his harvest away rather than watching it rot. He's locked in a legal battle with a company that claims exclusive rights over the variety of white nectarine he grows. He shared more than 100,000 pounds since Monday. It was really just a thought of not wasting a perfectly good product. Since 2023, the third generation farmer of Reedley in California's Central Valley has been fighting a lawsuit filed against him by the Gurumara Brothers Fruit Company. The suit centers on the company's claim of exclusivity over a variety of white nectarine and accuses Mora broke their contract by selling the fruit to other packers. A trial's been scheduled later this month. Yeah, I think he was court ordered last year that he couldn't sell. He's been ordered for like 2 years. He can't sell any of them. So last year they all rotted and he lost a bunch of money. So this year he's like, fuck it, I'll just give them away. The heart of the disagreement involves two written agreements. It's being resolved the right way in court on the facts. Moore has accused the company of unfair and fraudulent business practices. Hopefully the people gathering the fruit will leave a nice donation to the farmer. Yeah, I think they're selling T-shirts. I think they're selling T-shirts. Like from what it looks like to me, they're selling T-shirts, and then each T-shirt you get a bag of nectarines or something. So they're giving them away, type of thing. Is this California? Yes, it's California. Dole and Del Monte have done this for decades. The government does the same thing too. Yeah. Will Tucker be a guest speaker in Iran? I don't know. Maybe, could be. So fruit patents are becoming more common. The fight centers around the white nectarine known as the Mona Lisa, which has a sweeter, less tart taste. In a court filings, Gamera says it has all rights to the Mona Lisa variety are owned by Star Fruits Diffusion, a French company that works with plant breeding programs, while Gamera holds the right to sub-license the variety for testing, production, and sale. Star Fruits Diffusion does not respond to a request for comment. Good place for ICE to drive by. Yeah, probably. Plant breeders, including University, have long experimented with breeding new crop varieties, and some have become household names. Washington State University developed the Rainier cherry in the 50s, while the University of Minnesota released the Honeycrisp apple in the 1990s. Both varieties are now in the public domain and can be grown or sold by anyone. Victor David Hans has done a deep dive on this, and he's a third-generation grape farmer. Oh, okay. Cool. Fruit patents are becoming increasingly common. Patent allows a breeder to collect a royalty from fruit trees it sells and the fruit that the trees produce, or both. In 2010, more than a dozen apple growers sued the University of Minnesota for awarding exclusive rights to its Sweet Tango apple to an orchard that organized a cooperative of growers to market the fruit. A settlement maintained the university's license agreement with the cooperative while also allowing more Minnesota orchards to lease the trees that bear the apple variety. The white nectarine battle. California's Central Valley, stretching 20,000 square miles, is an agricultural powerhouse, estimates to produce 40% of the nation's fruits, nuts, and other table foods, including most of its nectarines. We have land in a county that did not require a permit for us to build a 50 by 50 metal building. Guess which state we don't live in? You don't live in California. Trump should have done this. Oh. Okay. So, court filings show Morris signed a sublicensing agreement with Gamera in 2017, allowing to grow and sell Mona Lisa. He entered into a marketing agreement requiring the fruit to be packed and sold through Gamera. He said Gamera recruited him to grow it. Under the agreement, Moore was to pay Guillermo a royalty of $250 per tree and 4% production royalty based off the gross sales of the fruit the trees produce, as well as a sales commission. They sold me hope and a big dream that if I could participate with them. Moore alleges that up to half of the nectarines provided to Gamera were thrown away, reducing the profits. The company disputes this, and the judge overseeing the case found that the statute of limitation on those claims had passed. Victor David Hansen got screwed by Big Raisin. Are you going to live stream the Burrito Supreme funeral that goes on? Supreme Burrito? I don't know. Probably not. Moore alleges the company sold its nectarines to Taiwan in violation of the contract, which states Gamera will market and sell them in the U.S. and Canada. Moore later sought to terminate his relationship. He sold his nectarines to another fruit packer, and when Gamera sued him for breach of contract, leading to his inability to sell fruit at all while the court battle plays out. Moore's attorney said Gamera has not provided documents regarding its license to the nectarine variety. The company said in court filings the Mona Lisa is not covered by a U.S. plant patent. Moore's attorneys claim in court filings that Gamera promised to represent the nectarines were exclusive variety of fruit, and thus Gamera held patents and related legal rights over those nectarines. And because it was exclusive, the fruit would be sold for top dollar. Fresno Superior Court judge ruled that Gamera's breach of contract claim can go forward, saying the agreement between Gamera and Moore is valid whether there is a patent for the fruit or not. The sublicense agreement does not expressly state that the variety is dependent on the existence or issuance of a patent. He added that Gamera does not have to prove the existence of the underlying license agreement in order to prove that he has a valid contract. The defendant regarding the growing and selling of the fruit. Moore said the years-long litigation has left him feeling frustrated and defenseless. He also grows peaches and plums that are not subject to agreements, but he has lost a quarter of his income by not being able to sell his nectarines. He hopes his case results in more legal protections for growers. What is the S&L for produce claims? Futures market gets exclusive protection. I don't know. What time is Jim starting tomorrow? On Sunday? I don't know. KPT, I don't know what time I'm starting tomorrow. I have to see how I feel. I've been sick. I've had the flu. I took a bunch of medication stuff, so I'm like a little lightheaded. I woke up really sick this morning. On Wednesday, locals wore t-shirts read "No Nectarines Waste" as they bagged up the free fruit. With some of the help saying to help more serve the large crowds, he raised more than $17,000 through a GoFundMe. The only saving grace all is being able to share it with the public. Wow. I kept waiting for him to end with, and you'll all look to your left. You'll see dozens of new helicopters, beautiful helicopters, the best helicopters. Actually, you communists are really going to love these. That would have been great. Oh, that would have been great. That would have been great if Trump would have said that about the helicopters.
Be a communist or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen.
No.
They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Be a communist or...
No, we'll never let that happen. Never let that happen. Ain't gonna let it happen. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna let it happen. Ain't gonna let it happen. Just ain't gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. We had a Nova virus outbreak on a Princess cruise ship in Alaska and Canada, as sick as 125 passengers and crew. Look at this. Joey Chestnut won the hot dog eating contest. Look at that.
26 dogs, and that was more than enough to land him his 18th hot dog eating. Plus others had a chance to show off their skills at a scrimmage on Thursday.
Wow. A norovirus outbreak aboard a Princess cruise ship sickened 125 passengers and crew members during a voyage in the North Pacific, according to health officials. The Ruby Princess docked in San Francisco. A lot of docking in San Francisco happens. After a 20-day round-trip Alaskan voyage, which includes stops in British Columbia, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says norovirus outbreak affected 3% of the 4,176 people on board. Wow. The main symptoms of those who fell ill were diarrhea and vomiting. The crew aboard the ship increased cleaning and disinfection procedures and isolated sick passengers and crew members. Princess Cruise confirmed a limited number of guests reported mild gastrointestinal illness during the 20-day June 12th Ruby Princess Cruise voyage. Note to DJT, the communist takeover's already happened. I suggest the mullahs use Skype. You can't be too careful. You hear a buzz in your ear. That's right. You don't want to be too careful. Don't be too careful with the buzz in your ear. Our crew responded promptly by implementing enhanced sanitation protocols across the ship. Passengers lined up to board the Ruby Princess the next departure to Alaska Tuesday afternoon. It said Princess Cruise Lines informed them about the outbreak. I am feeling very comfortable at getting on the ship just because they took the extra time to get it deep cleaned. Trump's 2 Mount Rushmore speeches are among his top 5 he has given. Yeah, they're pretty good. We did bring some Lysol spray for the cabin. I think it's going to be just fine. You know, if they say it's safe, you know, said Luka Jackson. It sucks it was right before this one, but, you know, we've already spent quite a lot of investment on this trip. As long as it's safe, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. It was the 3rd norovirus outbreak on a Princess cruise ship this year, according to CDC, the most among cruise lines. In May, 160 passengers and crew fell ill aboard Caribbean Princess during a voyage that began in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Trump should hack Iran state media and make the statement, he died like a dog. Oh, yeah, that would be funny. Some patriot near me launched a giant firework from the reservation. It went up really high. It was beautiful. Gives me hope. Oh, that's awesome. I cruised a couple of times, destinations like Panama Canal, I get it. But floating around in the Caribbean aimlessly trapped on a boat with thousands of others, no thanks. Hey, Mama Pillow. So I'm hungry. Should I call Uber Eats? I don't know. I'm kind of hungry too. So Lindblad Expeditions had 2 norovirus outbreaks on its National Geographic Seabird expedition. Commercial passenger vessels carrying more than 13 or more passengers operate in U.S. waters are required to track and report illnesses at least 24 hours before arriving at a U.S. port. According to CDC, norovirus is most common gastrointestinal illness outbreaks on cruise ships. Norovirus can be difficult to control because of the close living quarters, shared dining areas, rapid turnover. While the virus can persist on surfaces for days or weeks and is resistant to common disinfectants. Really? However, acute gastrointestinal illness, including norovirus, are relatively infrequent on cruise ships. The CDC says outbreaks on cruise ships account for only 1% of the reported outbreaks. Oh, okay, good to know. That's right. This is some good news. The Energy Department's moving to drop the Green New Scam appliance mandates. Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced his department wants to eliminate the stupid appliance mandates. Energy Secretary today announced that the DOE has issued a notice of proposed rulemaking to permanently end home appliance and equipment mandates that raise costs and disrupt consumer choice. The proposal will update the department's process rule used to establish energy conservation standards for household appliances and equipment, including air conditioning units, gas stoves, washers and dryers, water heaters, refrigerators, and other products Americans rely on every day. This is kind of good news. They were talking about making everybody have to get condensing, like one of those condenser water heaters that basically is it has like a heat pump in it to heat the water. You know what I mean? Like the 2 large ships I was on bleached the crap out of everything constantly, and if you weren't careful, like leaning on a wall, you ruined your clothes, and it got people still got sick. Uber sleeps by me after 10 p.m. DoorDash stops running too. In America, you should be able to choose a dryer that dries your clothes on the first try rather than one that takes multiple cycles. Unfortunately, past administrations thought otherwise. For too long, the American people paid the price for mandates that restricted consumer choice and drove up costs. President Trump promised to end this nonsense, and that's exactly what we're doing. I'm so tired of low-pressure shower heads. It takes longer to do dishes, even rinsing them, due to my new kitchen faucet. Don't even get me started on toilets, especially when you're sick. The proposed rule will preserve the American people's ability to choose home appliances and equipment that actually works at prices they can afford. It's called common sense. This lovely Leslie Leeson has written numerous articles about the war President Joe Biden and his handlers waged on precious appliances. I just want a kitchen faucet that can fill a pot. I know it takes forever. But Biden's DOE wanted to change the dishwasher standard to set the maximum per cycle water consumption gallons at 3.3. The current standard is 5, but most dishwashers are 3.5. Those officials also restricted the use of window air conditioning units. They also went out after our washing machines and dryers. I lost my mind when Biden threatened our gas stoves. I love to cook and bake. Don't dare touch my gas stove. From day one, the Trump administration has offered relief to consumers, businesses, and industries through bold deregulatory action. The proposal is about the future. It will ensure the new regulations promote affordability, preserve consumer choice, and meet the high standard for transparency and due diligence. The DOE link to no proposal. People can submit comments for 30 days. So if you want to submit a comment, go submit a comment about that, because don't let them take your shit. Here's Trump acts as green new scam appliance rules as Europe bakes in a brutal heat.
Went to the Rose Bowl, so at least I completely
And
agree with you.
What does this have to do with anything? What does this have to do with anything? What the hell did that have to do with anything? For too long, Americans paid the price. Biden era changes in 21 and 2024 that Trump loosened in 2020 rules by making procedures non-binding and removing several provisions, including. That's good. Paris Deputy Mayor Audrey Pavlard recently released a statement blaming the United States for a deadly heat wave over France. So it's the United States' fault for heat in France. There you go. Dear American journalists, social media influence, for days, some of you have been criticizing and making fun of Paris because the city does not have AC. Oh my God, this is so rich. It's all your fault. Due to regulations, only 20% of households have air conditioning compared to 88% in the U.S. Okay. That just sounds like dumb regulations. She added, as the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world, you bear significant responsibility for global warming. Your cities, 90% air conditioned, are not unrelated to this. Oh, it's our fault because we have air conditioning. That's why they're hot. They need a second amendment for AC. Goldie Earth. Yeah, I agree. I used to think there wasn't much difference between gas and induction until I moved from a house with induction to gas. Gas was a lot slower. I changed back to induction within a week. Yeah, induction is great. But you know, if you don't have just regular electric, if you have regular electric, not induction, that's not, gas is better than regular electric. And for baking, though, gas is the best, man, for baking. Muffin Randall says, F off, I'm lowering my AC dial, cry harder. Wow. Where are we at? Any more stories? Oh, here's the Brooklyn Bridge one. So Brooklyn Bridge burst into flames during the Macy's Day fireworks. Massive pyrotechnic show marking the 50th anniversary of the Macy's event launched off the Brooklyn Bridge. Flames and plumes of black smoke were visible. Not just dumb rag, but very old. Just another example of robotic. Sorry. Just gets more paranoid.
Right. Okay. And then you still want me to cut, right? Maybe this is all right. All right. Right, so it's going to be big crowds, sweating people, couple of minutes. Nice out. Don't leave. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that, ladies. I don't know why everyone's leaving.
Yeah, wow. Don't leave. Oh, he doesn't know why everyone's leaving. That's crazy. So video captured the bridge briefly caught fire during the Independence Day fireworks. You tuning into Viva's Law for the People tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow yet. I don't have plans yet for tomorrow. Still thinking about it. My day is up in the air. Wow. My day is up in the air. My day is up in the air tomorrow. Still waiting to see what's going on. So, Brooklyn Bridge, happy 4th. Wow, look at this. Oh, look at this again. Yeah, I'll say a pyrotechnics era. Wow, that was pretty cool. One of the bridges on fire, the other Manhattan or Brooklyn Bridge.
You got 1 hand. And now I got 0.
Oh.
Mommy,
I guess you.
Cooktops that are induction are for pasta only. Well, I have an induction wok. I love it. Make fried rice and stuff in it, different stuff in the wok. One video showed large amounts of black smoke billowing, other stuff. Cause of the mishaps unknown. It's probably fireworks. Probably the fireworks. Probably the fireworks. Probably the fireworks. Yes. Uh-huh. Wow. Got this. Check this out. The Pennsylvania Teachers Pension Fund has a $41 billion shortfall. Batman, Dark Knight did it better. Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania Teachers Pension Fund has a $41 billion shortfall. They cite private equity as the biggest drag. Oh yeah. It's all private equity's fault. So the Pennsylvania Public School Employees Pension Fund is $41 billion short of what it needs to pay promised benefits. Last year, it missed the investment benchmarks official set, result, they said, primarily due to performance within private equity. As of December 31st, top pasta, impasta, cooktop. Okay. The retirement system held $85 billion in assets, making it one of the largest public pension funds. PSRERS invested $10 billion in private equity with the goal of earning a 10% return. It returned just 2%. That ain't good. The $41 billion shortfall is more than an accounting figure. Pennsylvania taxpayers will ultimately bear much of the cost as the state spends more to keep its promises to the 500,000 members and their beneficiaries and survivors. The asset management firms are capital vampires. Yes. And money disappeared into demon rat cabinet pockets. That's what I think happened. So for most of the state pensions, they're not getting outsized returns. They're taking on a bunch of risks. They'll pay fees to limited partners or private equity firms. That puts the state officials in the position of either needing to invest more taxpayer funds or find better investments. Well, the Center Square Fund of private equity was only one of the 8 asset classes to match its benchmarks over 1, 3, 5, 10, and 15-year periods. Officials declined to request an interview. He said benchmarks doesn't precisely match the private equity portfolio because different mixed investment strategies and older and newer funds hit the benchmark. Why don't they invest in socialist companies? Yeah, why don't they do that? Find one of those. Underweight in some strategies and newer vintages have outperformed over the most recent period. Assets held for 10 plus years tend to have diminished return potential thereafter. Private equity invests in companies that aren't publicly traded. Pension funds have embraced the asset class. It outperforms stocks and bonds, although it charges higher fees and ties up investors' money for years. That may be changing. The teachers' union didn't know which way is up for the Ukrainian flag. PSERS has pulled back from private equity in fiscal year 2024. It held $12 billion. By last December, it had fallen to $10 billion. Private equity share of the portfolio fell from 16 to 11%. We have consciously chosen to reduce our allocation by moderating our investment pacing in recent years. Other states reduced private equity since last year. Pension systems, at least 6 other states have reduced the private equity holdings: Alaska, Maine, Washington, Ohio, Nevada, and Virginia. Last October, Alaska pension officials concluded key drivers of private equity golden era in the past couple of decades may have reversed. The period was unusually favorable, and it's unlikely PE returns will snap back to those averages. They predicted returns from private equity investments to fall into the high single digits to low double digits from mid to high teens that many investors expected. If the expected future returns are not adequately higher for private equity, the rationale for taking on higher risk, illiquid, leveraged, idiosyncratic, higher fees may have eroded. Private equity has not always lagged. They began investing in private equity in 1998. Since then, the asset class has produced an annualized return of 10.96%. Last year, they invested in 67 private equity firms. Some investments generated strong returns. Others lost money. I mean, that's what investments are. There's risk involved. If there was no risk, Wow. The more money you bump into education, the dumber the students are they pump out. I'm starting to think that's like that. I'm starting to think that's the case. I really am. Wow. Oh, this is a nice scene. This is a scene from outside earlier tonight. The crowd just erupted in cheers and began chanting USA after the lines have officially been reopened for tonight's Salute to America. They drained the fishing ground of fish and complained their nets are empty. Yeah. The small child and the crowd are chanting USA, open the gates.
Told you, Alex.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. In line about a quarter mile ago. Look at this. The line's waiting to get in. Wow. Line's a quarter mile long. Wow. It's crazy. Instead of fires, we saw those. I don't know. I don't know if I can play this or not on YouTube. Because there's people shooting guns and stuff. I don't think I can play this. So yeah, look at this. Oh, her assignment is complete. Former U.S. Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao jets to Beijing to meet CCP officials just 3 days after Mitch McConnell's cardiac arrest. China ties under fire again. Wow. No kidding. Wow. Former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao flew to Beijing on June 17th, just for a cozy meeting with Chinese Vice President Chen Zhang, just 3 days after her husband was rushed to the hospital following cardiac arrest. Wow. Emergency dispatch responded and captured the cardiac arrest at McConnell's Capitol Hill residence. While McConnell fought for his life in a hospital bed, his wife was in Beijing smoozing with the CCP. Here's Getty image of his wife in Beijing 3 days later, apparently without a care in the world. Capture reads, Chinese Vice President meets with former U.S. Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao. That's crazy. During the meeting, Zhang urged stronger U.S.-China ties, a new vision of constructive China-U.S. relationship. China is our enemy. They are. China is our enemy. China is asshole. This is the same Elaine Chao whose family shipping empire, Foremost Group, has deep lucrative ties to communist China. She needed a hug. Yeah. The turtle is on his shell upside down again. Yeah. Past reporting documented how the Chao family prospered as their business expanded under CCP industrial policies. During her time as a Trump administration, ethics question arose over attempts to blend official travel with family business interests in China. That's weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Cho resigned from Trump cabinet after January 6th, citing deeply troubled. Oh, yeah, she resigned after January 6, 2021. She is now voluntarily meeting with senior CCP officials while her husband recovers from cardiac arrest.
Desiree Townsend here again in Washington, D.C., outside of George Washington University Hospital. So we now head into day 20 of Senator Mitch McConnell's hospitalization, which was recently confirmed by his office that he does, in fact, remain hospitalized here. Prior to that, I have been largely documenting his continued hospitalization by tracking the presence of what I have identified as these Black Capitol Hill Police protective detail, his protective detail. So they've remained stationed outside the hospital here. In fact, I actually ran into one of the members that I know from Capitol Hill. So even today, on July 3rd at 100 degrees, members of his security detail from Capitol Hill are inside these vehicles outside of the hospital. So yesterday, a spokesperson for Senator Mitch McConnell said that he appreciates the outpouring of support he's receiving while he continues to recover in the hospital. Now, that is a public narrative being advanced by his office. However, to understand the broader context and the questions being raised as Senator Mitch McConnell's hospitalization continues following his June 14th medical emergency, you have to understand his wife, former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao. And this extraordinary timing of a trip she took to China just days after his hospitalization on June 17th. So Chao met with Chinese Vice President Han Zheng in Beijing on June 17th, days after this June 14th medical emergency response to McConnell's home, during which EMS dispatch audio reported an unconscious patient requiring advanced life support. So the timing of this trip has prompted additional questions. So Elaine Chao and Mitch McConnell married in 1993 after meeting through mutual friends. Both Elaine Chao's parents, James Chao and Ruth Milan Chu, were born and raised in China. So the family later moved to Taiwan before finally immigrating to the United States when Elaine was 8 years old. Elaine Chao went on to serve as U.S. Secretary of Labor under President George W. Bush, and later as the U.S. Secretary of Transportation during President Donald Trump's first administration. So in 2019, a series of reports examined Elaine Chao's family business ties to China, placing her in what could be described as a potential conflicting position amid the Trump administration at the time, increasing confrontational approach towards China. So a New York Times investigation detailed Chao's tie to Foremost Group, her family's international shipping company. CNN also reported that Senator McConnell received millions of dollars in gifts from Chao's father over the years, along with political contributions coming from members of Chao's family. In 2021, the Department of Transportation's Office of Inspector General released a report examining allegations that department resources had been used in ways that benefited the family's business interests and raised potential federal ethics concerns. So the relationship between Chao and President Trump appeared to deteriorate in approximately 2022, when Trump posted to Truth Social, basically accusing former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao of trying to, quote, get rich on China. So I've previously reported what I believe is a growing presence of Chinese Communist Party on Capitol Hill. I have reported on incidents involving Code Pink, including disruptions of congressional hearings and confrontations with members of Congress. Yet despite these repeated incidents, the group has continued to operate on Capitol Hill with little apparent intervention from the sergeant at arms. So on August 5th of 2023, the New York Times reported that Code Pink is part of a lavishly funded influence campaign that works closely with the Chinese government media machine to essentially promote the agenda of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. So my investigation into the Radio Television Correspondents Association also led me to examine the Capitol Hill press galleries. And during that investigation, I found that multiple Chinese state-run media organizations had received congressional press credentials despite gallery rules explicitly stating that members of the press galleries may not be employed by a foreign government. So the Senate Sergeant at Arms serves as the executive enforcing power by the rules adopted by the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, including those governing the Senate gallery. So the Committee on Rules and Administration, by the way, is chaired by Senator Mitch McConnell. So against that backdrop, the timing of Elaine Chao's trip stands out. On June 17th, just 3 days after McConnell's medical emergency, Elaine Chao, who has not been seen publicly for months, appears in Beijing, China, meeting with the Chinese Vice President Han Zheng in an effort to strengthen U.S.-Chinese relationship. So the question now is, who is running Senator Mitch McConnell's office, and why did his wife leave the country days after his hospitalization to meet with the Vice President of the People's Republic of China?
Well, that's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that just nuts? Isn't that just nutso, butso? Makes no sense to me. So something's got to happen. Something's got to happen. Wow, this is good. Check this out. America 250, there's no better country. This is great. This was Savannah Hernandez. She was there. She took this herself. Look at this. Look at that. Wow. That's like this is like a once in a lifetime thing. Like you see that, you know. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Spencer Pratt absolutely went off on Mayor Mandami.
Of our founding fathers' deaths to try and lecture us about our own history. Notice how the communist always attacks your history. The communist must attack your history. Why? Because history is what anchors you. It's what makes us attached to something. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. History breeds an almost irrational attachment to things, an attachment that is more powerful than anyone can imagine. Erasing history is how you demoralize people, how you unmoor them and detach them from their society so you can take it from them and rewrite it in your image. Think of your country like a home. What makes your home special? It's not the marble countertops or the expensive furniture or the fancy appliances. It's the memories you have there. That backyard is where we got married. That living room rug is where our son took his first step. Hey, don't touch that. That was his first teddy bear. It doesn't matter how torn and tattered that thing is. You will never get rid of it. And you will fight anyone who tries to take it away. Why? Because you have history with it. You ever buy a new home? Remember those first few months? Even the first few years there, it doesn't feel like home. It could be 1,000,000 times nicer than the crappy apartment you came from, but it doesn't feel like home for a long time because you don't have history there. It's easy to knock down some walls, change the floor plan. If you have no memories to attach you to it, it's just wood and drywall. Who cares? Get rid of it. Memories make it a home, even the bad ones. Hey, remember when Dad hit his head on the Raptor in the attic and we spent all night in the ER? That's the avocado tree I fell out of and broke my first bone. Isn't it weird how even the bad memories make us cherish a place? It's not like we long for those bad times, but bad times are part of what makes us stronger, a part of what makes us who we are. How can you resent those memories without fundamentally resenting who you are? History is so important to humans that even bad memories anchor us to our home. And that's what the communist always starts with, the bad memories. Oh, we can get rid of that little story. We can knock down that statue. We can change the name of that street. That's a bad memory from our history. You don't want that memory hanging around. You're not a bigot, right? And slowly but surely, this wall comes down, then that wall gets sledgehammered. The Raptor where Dad hit his head, that's gone. The rub where your son took his first step, that's gone. The gash in the wood floor where you stomped the glass on your wedding ceremony, that's gone and replaced with shiny vinyl planks. And now you've got a brand new home with no memories. Now what? Do you care what they do with it? Do you care what color they paint the walls? Nah. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I have no attachment to it. I have no memories with that. You love your home because of the memories you have there. And that's why the communist always must destroy your memories, destroy your history. If the communist wishes to take your home, he must first destroy your memory of it so he can erase your attachment to it and demoralize you. Mao destroyed what he called the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. If you call them olds, it makes them sound bad. You don't want that old thing. Get rid of it. But it is fundamentally human nature to cherish your history. We crave learning about our history, where we came from, who our ancestors were. That's human. But communism is an evil, anti-human religion, so it must destroy what makes us human. The communist destroys your history so he can take your home and rebuild it in his image. That's why it's your patriotic duty to celebrate today unashamed. It's okay to love America. Not only is it okay to love America, it's necessary to love America. We are the only bulwark against tyranny on this earth. When Europe descends into madness time and time again, it's our sons who cross the oceans to fight and die for freedom and human dignity. We don't let evil people destroy our history and rewrite it in their image. This is Independence Day. It's not just a number on the calendar. Don't say Happy 4th. That's commie gobbledygook.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
We say Independence Day.
Yeah,
Today
happy
we celebrate
Independence
the
Day.
men who reclaimed a beautiful slice of this earth and claimed it
This is
for
Spencer
God.
Pratt,
For
yeah.
the values of freedom and rugged independence. Our history is messy. Our history is violent. Fuck yeah, it is. And that's why we love it. We aren't cowards. We don't turn our backs on the painful memories because they make us who we are. Be proud of our country, damn it. America is the birthplace of every great invention of the last 250 years. Like literally everything. Airplanes, spaceships, internet, telephones. As a country, we are batting 1,000. Not only is it a miracle that this radical experiment self-government and self-governance even survived past 1776, but we are the champions of the world. Be proud of that. Be proud of your history. Millions of your ancestors fought and died to preserve it. Kami Mamdani's ancestors never bled for this country. He has no history here, so he has no attachment to our home. He has no place to rewrite our history and lecture us about what our country stands for. So celebrate today. Show some American pride. Honor your history. Raise your flag. Raise a finger and say, fuck you, communists. This is our home, and you can't have it. Today we celebrate our Independence
Fuck
Day.
you, communists.
God bless America.
God bless America. That's awesome. Yeah, fuck you, commies. Yeah, this is good news. Well, not good news, but this is not I don't say good news. It's a clip. It's like it makes you feel good. Feel good news. There's hundreds of people. Let's see. Hundreds of people. Why does it keep doing this to me? Hundreds of people. Why is it? Son of a bitch. I was sharing the wrong thing. I'm sorry. There's hundreds of people shelter in the USDA building, sing the national anthem as amid the 4th of July storms in DC. Wow, that's cool. That was pretty cool. Reagan director reveals why Make America Great Again line was left out of the original release. The iconic AFL-CIO speech scene returns for a 600-seat theater September re-release.
You and your forebears helped build this nation. Now help us rebuild it. And together, we will make America great again.
Wow. Why did they cut that out?
Thank you very much.
Oh. New clip from the Reagan movie includes a Make America Great Again quote. Director Sean McGregor explains that they left the line out of the original release because it was in the middle of a divisive election season. Oh. So the re-release of the Reagan movie includes a clip of the famous line from the 40th president that was left out of the original. In the scene, Dennis Quaid's President Reagan gives a speech at the Building and Construction Trades, AFL-CIO. If I ran and was elected, you're dead. Yeah. His wife loves him. Yeah. Good video. Yeah. Is there anything good that comes out of California? Well, there's Pratt. Yeah. And Hilton, too. Yeah. Remember, good people, there are more patriots than commies. Yes, there are. You and your forebears built this nation, he says in the clip. Now, let us rebuild it. We'll make America great again. Dennis Quaid thrills locals in Dixon, Illinois for Reagan premiere. Director Sean McNamara explained the original release of the film did not include the moment because it was an election year. While Reagan was the first to use the Make America Great Again line during his 80 presidential campaign, President Trump then adopted it for 2016, 2020, and 2024. And his supporters often refer to themselves as MAGA. In the middle of a divisive election season, when we released the movie, we made the decision to leave out the moment that might have been mistaken for electioneering. But this is a special year of celebration. We're putting back in the phrase, which was uttered by presidents of both parties and which was used in Reagan's campaign slogan in 1980, in which he repeated in a speech just before he was shot. We are at the if we can keep it stage of the republic with the communists, the Demianists turning into communists. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Special edition of Reagan with 10 additional minutes never before. It's scheduled to be released. It's at theater September 25th in celebration of America's 250th anniversary. They're both plans for limited audience screenings on July 4th in a dozen cities. And a wider release September 600 theaters. Addition of scenes and moments where Reagan and his Nancy, his wife, in the Oval Office. Scenes between Reagan and his alcoholic father, Jack. Scenes at Reagan's California ranch near Santa Barbara, Rancho del Cielo. From Fox's Making Reagan, now streaming, offers behind-the-scene looks in the biopic. The movie received generally poor reviews, but positive audience score. Yeah, that's right. The reviews it got from the people were because they hated Reagan and Republicans. The audience loved it. Oh. Not including the full speech is also electioneering. Yeah, right? Kind of seems that way, doesn't it? To me, it does. And we got Ann Coulter here, says the only explanation for John Roberts' anchor baby ruling is that he's being blackmailed. Nobody who's heard of the Declaration of Independence writes an opinion this lawless. Happy Independence Day to Chief Justice, who spent it wondering what the loud noises are outside. Wow.
Bears discussing slightly, because I'm really getting sick of hearing about, how principled he is and, oh, he's just reading the Constitution. After the oral argument, it was very big on MS Now and CNN to quote John Roberts saying, yes, we may not have had illegal immigrants then or birth tourism when the 14th Amendment was written. Circumstances change, but the Constitution doesn't. Yet
The Constitution is not a suicide pact either. This whole thing, it's ridiculous the way that this ruling is so lawless. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense whatsoever. It's Ketanji Brown Jackson basically wrote this opinion from John Roberts. I don't get it. Like, there's a lot of things I'd like to say that I can't say.
he couldn't give two shits about the Constitution. This is the most lawless order. The only explanation is that, well, the charitable one is he's worried about Democrats engaging in court packing next year and wants to really suck up to them. The more likely one, based on how insane the decision is that he's being blackmailed. He writes the entire decision as if he has no idea we're talking about the children of illegal immigrants. The only illegal immigrants he and his fancy lawyer wife probably have dealt with are Juanita the maid and Esperanza the nanny. It's obviously a nonsense decision to act like this was always the law of the land. In fact, the first time it was the idea that the child born to an illegal alien, someone who's broken our laws, has not been invited. Americans have no say in who becomes their fellow citizens. First time it was mentioned was in 1983 in a footnote by Justice Brennan in a case called Plyler v. Doe. So in Plyler v. Doe, Justice Brennan drops a footnote. He was a sneaky little Irishman. It was dicta. It wasn't part of the court's ruling. No other justice signed on to it. And what he said was, I see no plausible distinction between legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. I'm thinking all of you do. One's legal, one's illegal. That's kind of a big distinction right there. And now Justice Roberts has decided, oh, yes, that's what the framers meant. Back in the mid-19th century, after the Civil War, that was the point. It's as if throughout the opinion, Justice Roberts has no idea that the question he is supposed to be deciding is about the children of illegal aliens.
That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Well, everybody, we went 6.5 hours. Coulter lost the baby timeline. Yeah. Judge Roberts, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah. That's what they should have said. So, yeah, I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. Please remind you all to please like, subscribe if you haven't already. Please tip your waiters and waitresses. They'll be here all week. Now, for Sunday's show, I don't know what time Sunday. Thanks for the great stream. Thank you. I don't know what time Sunday. Barrett should not have ruled she has adopted Haitian kids. Robert's just a piece of shit. Yeah. So we'll see. I'll let you guys, if you don't, I don't think it's going to be a 10 o'clock show, but I don't know. Probably like 8, 9, 10. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what time. I don't know. We'll see. More than likely there will be a show Sunday night though, because I miss you guys. I like hanging out with you. But I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remind you to, tip your wait staff and all that good stuff. And, I'll see you all later today. Come back for Jim to tell you the news.